飞鸽之作，飞鸽文学，《西游记》原著第4回，官封弼马星河族，名筑其天意未宁。那太白金星与美猴王同处了洞天深处。
Feiga production at Feiga Literature, The Original Journey to the West, Chapter 4. The official title of By Ma is not enough. The famous note is Chi Tian's will. The Taibajan star and the Monkey King came out of the depths of the cave together.
"一骑驾云而起，原来悟空筋斗云比重不同，十分快疾，把个金星撇在脑后，先至南天门外。正欲收云前进，被增长天王领着旁流高。
Soaring on the clouds together, it turned out that Wukong's somersaults on the clouds were different from others. He was very fast, leaving the Venus behind his head, and arrived outside the Nantian gate first. Just as they were about to collect the clouds and move forward, Pang, Lu, Go, and others were led by the King of Growth.
B等心张头一路大力天丁，枪刀剑戟挡住天门，不肯放进。猴王道：“这个金星老儿乃奸诈之徒，记请老孙。”
By Deng, Xian, Zhang, and Tao used all their strength to block the Tian men with spears, swords, and halberds, refusing to let them in. The Monkey King said, "This old man from Jinxing is a treacherous person. Now that he has invited the old grandson."
"如何教人动刀动枪，阻塞门路？"正嚷间，金星书道。悟空就敌面发狠道：“你这老儿怎么哄我？被你说奉玉帝招安旨意来请。”
How to teach people to use knives and guns to block the door. While we were shouting, Venus suddenly arrived. Wukong looked at me and said fiercely, "You old man, how can you coax me? You said that I came to invite you according to the Jade Emperor's order to recruit people."
"却怎么叫这些人阻住天门，不放老孙进去？”金星笑道：“大王息怒，你自来未曾到此天堂，却有无名，众天丁又与你素不相识。”
But how do you teach these people to block the Tian men and prevent Lao's son from entering? Jin Xing smiled and said, "Your Majesty, calm down. You have never been to this paradise, but you are unknown, and you are unknown to the gods."
"他怎肯放你擅入等？如今见了天尊，受了仙禄，住了冠冕，向后随你出入，谁复挡也？”悟空道：“这等说也罢，我不进去了。”
How could he let you trespass? Now that you have met the Heavenly Lord, been awarded the immortal ceremony, and given an official title, he will follow you in and out. Who will stop you again? Wukong said, "That's fine, I won't go in."
金星又用手扯住道：“你还同我进去？”将进天门，金星高叫道：“那天门天将，大小厉兵，放开路者！此乃下界仙人，我奉玉帝圣旨。”
Jin Xing grabbed her with her hand again and said, "Why don't you go in with me?" As they approached Tianmen, Venus shouted, "Those generals, officials and soldiers of Tianmen, please let go. This is an immortal from the lower realm. I follow the Jade Emperor's decree."
宣他来，也那增长天王与众天丁俱才敛兵退避。猴王始信其言，同金星缓步入里观看。真个是初登上界，乍入天堂，金光万道滚红泥。
When it was announced that he was coming, the increasing heavenly king and all the heavenly beings gathered their troops and retreated. The Monkey King finally believed his words and walked slowly inside with Jin Xing to watch. The truth is, first ascending to the world, first entering heaven. Thousands of golden lights and red neon lights.
锐气千条喷紫雾，只见那南天门碧沉沉，琉璃造就明晃晃，宝玉装成。两边百数十员震天元帅，一员员顶梁靠住。
Thousands of auspicious air sprayed out from the purple mist, and I saw the Nanchaman, which was dark green and made of colored glaze. It was bright and made of precious jade. Dozens of marshals were placed on both sides to hold the sky. One of them supported the pillars.
持显雍毛，四下列十数个金甲神人，一个个执戟悬鞭，持刀仗剑。外厢有可，入内惊人。里壁厢有几根大柱。
Holding the banners, there are dozens of golden-armored gods on the four sides, each holding a halberd, a whip, and a sword. The outer chamber is pleasant, but the inside is astonishing. There are several large pillars in the inner wall chamber.
柱上缠绕着金鳞耀日赤须龙，又有几座长桥，桥上盘旋着彩羽凌空丹顶凤。明霞晃晃映天光，碧雾蒙蒙遮斗口。这天上有33座天宫。
The pillars are wrapped with golden-scaled red-bearded dragons that shine in the sun. There are also several long bridges with colored feathers flying in the air and red-crested phoenixes. Mingxia shines in the sky, and mist covers the mouth. There are 33 heavenly palaces in the sky.
乃遣云宫、毗沙宫、五明宫、太阳宫、花乐宫，一宫供给吞金稳寿，又有72重宝殿，乃朝会殿、灵虚殿、宝光殿、天王殿。
Nai sent the Cloud Palace to the Bisha Palace, the Wuming Palace, the Sun Palace, the Huala Palace. One palace has a ridge that swallows gold and a stable beast. There are also 72 treasure palaces, including the Chao Hui Palace, the Lingshu Palace, the Baoguang Palace, and the Heavenly King. Temple.
灵官殿一殿殿主列于其林，寿星台上有千千年不谢的名花炼药炉边，有万万载常青的秀草。又至那朝圣楼前降纱衣。
The pillars of the first hall of Lingguan Hall are lined with jade unicorns. On the birthday table, there are famous flowers that have lasted for thousands of years. Beside the medicine refining furnace, there are embroidered grasses that have been evergreen for thousands of years. Then he went to the pilgrimage building, wearing crimson gauze clothes.
《星辰灿烂，芙蓉冠，金碧辉煌。玉簪珠履，紫绶金章。金钟撞动，三曹神表尽胆齿，天鼓鸣时，万圣朝王参玉帝。又至那凌霄宝殿。
The stars are brilliant. The hibiscus crown is brilliant with golden jade. Jade hairpin, beads and shoes, purple ribbon and gold medal. The golden bell struck, and the 3 Chao divine watches entered Danchi. When the heavenly drums sounded, the 10,000 saints paid homage to the Jade Emperor. Then he went to the Lingshao Palace.
“金钉攒玉户，彩凤舞朱门。复道回廊，处处玲珑剔透，三檐四簇，层层龙凤翱翔。上面有个紫微微，明晃晃，圆丢丢，亮灼灼。”
Gold nails gather in jade households, colorful phoenixes dance in red doors. The corridors are all exquisite and clear. There are 3 eaves and 4 clusters, with dragons and phoenixes flying in layers. There is a purple tower on it, bright and round, bright and shining.
大金葫芦顶下面有天妃悬掌扇，玉女捧仙金，恶狠狠掌朝的天将，气昂昂护驾的仙卿。正中间琉璃盘内。
Under the top of the big golden gourd, there is a fan hanging from the palm of the concubine, a jade girl holding an immortal scarf, a general holding the palm of her hand fiercely, and an immortal escorting her with high spirits. In the middle, inside the glass plate.
放许多重重叠叠太乙丹，玛瑙瓶中插几枝弯弯曲曲珊瑚树，正是天宫异物斑斑有，世上如他件件无。金雀银鸾并子府。
Put many overlapping tai pills. Insert a few branches of winding coral trees in the agate vase. It is like a foreign object in heaven, and there is nothing like it in the world. The golden palace and silver palace merge with the purple palace.
奇花瑶草既琼趴朝王玉兔坛边过，参圣金乌着底飞。猴王有分来天境，不堕人间点污泥。太白金星领着美猴王， 到于凌霄殿外。
Chi Huayao Chao and Xiongba passed by the Wang Jade Rabbit altar, and the golden ginseng flew from the bottom. The Monkey King has the opportunity to come to the heavenly realm and will not fall into the mud of the human world. Taibai Jinxing led the Monkey King outside Lingshao Hall.
不等宣召，直至御前，朝上礼拜。悟空挺身在棒，且不朝礼，但侧耳以听金星起奏。金星奏道：“臣领圣旨，已宣妖仙到了。”
Without waiting for the edict to be announced, he went to the imperial court and bowed to the emperor. Wukong stood beside him and did not bow to him, but he listened to the music of Venus. Jin Xing said, "I have received the imperial edict and announced that the demons and immortals have arrived."
玉帝垂帘问曰：“那个是妖仙？”悟空却才躬身答应道：“老孙便是。”仙卿们都大惊失色道：“这个野猴怎么不拜服参见，折敢这等答应道？”
The Jade Emperor lowered the curtain and asked, "Who is the demon?" But Wukong bowed and agreed, "That's Lao Sunday." The immortals were all shocked and said, "Why doesn't this wild monkey bow down and see you? Why does it dare to agree like this?"
老孙便是却该死了，该死了！玉帝传旨道：“那孙悟空乃下界妖仙，初得人身，不知朝礼，且孤恕罪。”众仙卿叫声谢恩。
Lao's son just deserves to die, deserves to die. The Jade Emperor preached, "Son Wukong is a demon from the lower world."
猴王却才朝上唱个大诺玉帝宣文选武选仙卿，看那处少圣官职，着孙悟空去除兽。棒边转过舞曲星君起奏道：“天宫里各宫各殿。”
But the Monkey King just went up to the court and sang a big song. The Jade Emperor announced the selection of martial arts and the immortal minister. Seeing that there were few official positions, he asked son Wukong to remove the award. Wutsu Xingjuan turned around and said, "There are various palaces in the heavenly palace.
“各方各处都不少官，只是御马监缺个正堂管事。”玉帝传旨道：“就除他做个弼马温罢。”众臣叫谢恩，他也只朝上唱个大诺。
There are many officials in various places, but the royal horse supervisor lacks someone to take charge of the affairs. The Jade Emperor preached, "Just get rid of him and become Baima One." The ministers called Xian, but he just sang a big song upward.
玉帝又差穆德星官送他去御马监到任，当时猴王欢欢喜喜，与穆德星官进去到任。事毕，穆德星官回宫。 他在监里汇聚了奸臣、奸妇。
The Jade Emperor also sent Mudek Singwen to send him to the royal horse prison. When he took office, the Monkey King was very happy and went to take office with Mudek Singwen. After the matter was over, Mudshingwan returned to the palace. In the prison, he gathered the chief prison officer, deputy prison guards.
典部吏士、大小官员人等查明本监事务，只有天马千匹，乃是华流奇迹、鹿耳倩离、龙眉紫燕、协议素霜、快提银阁。
The powerful men of the Dian book, officials of all sizes, etc., found out the affairs of this prison, and there were only thousands of heavenly horses. They are Hualu, Qiji, and Xianli. The dragon matches the purple swallow, carrying the wings with its wings, and the silver hoe.
遥鸟飞黄逃图翻雨，赤兔超光于灰迷井。腾雾圣皇追风绝地，飞奔萧逸飘赤电。铜绝浮云葱龙虎，绝尘子林似极大碗。
The phoenix flies into the sky, the red rabbit flutters its feathers and shines brightly. The brilliance fills the scene, the mist surpasses the yellow. The wind chases the ground and flies into the sky. The red lightning flashes, the copper clouds float. The dragon tiger, the dust-free purple scales, the four great wands.
八骏九翼千里绝拳，此等良马，一个个嘶风逐电精神壮，踏五灯云气力长。这猴王查看了文部，点明了马数。
8 horses and 9 horses are thousands of miles apart. These fine horses are strong in spirit, and they are strong enough to ride on the fog and climb the clouds. The Monkey King checked the book and counted the number of horses.
本监中典部管蒸备草料，吏士官管刷洗马匹杂草，饮水、煮料、奸臣、奸妇辅佐催办，弼马昼夜不睡，滋养马匹，日间舞弄犹可。
In this prison, the Jian book is in charge of collecting and preparing fodder. The Hercules officer is in charge of washing the horses, making grass, drinking water, and cooking food. The supervisor and the deputy supervisor assist in the process. Baima stays up day and night to nourish the horses. You can still dance during the day.
夜间看管殷勤，但是马睡的，赶起来吃草走的，捉将来靠槽。那些天马见了他，民耳攒体，倒养的肉肥膘满，不觉得半月有余。
The guards are diligent at night, but the horses sleep and get up to eat grass. The horses run away and catch the horses in the trough. Those heavenly horses were stunned when they saw him. It's so fat and full of meat. Unconsciously, it was more than half a month.
一朝闲暇，众监官都安排酒席，一则与他接风，二则与他贺喜。正在欢饮之间，侯王忽停杯问曰：“我这弼马温是个什么官衔？”众曰：
During the free time, all the supervisors arranged a banquet to greet him and congratulate him. While he was drinking, the Monkey King suddenly stopped his cup and asked, "What is the official title of Bai Ma Wen?" Everyone said,
官名就是此了。又问：“此官是个极品？”众道：“没有品从。”侯王道：“没品，想是大之极也。”众道：“不大，不大，只换座位入流。”侯王道：
That was the official name, and he asked, "What rank is this official?" Everyone said, "There is no moral obedience." The Monkey King said, "It's not good. Do you think it's extremely big?" Public opinion, not big, just called not entering the stream. The Monkey King said,
怎么叫做未入流？”众道：“莫等。这样官最低最小，只可与他看马。四堂尊到任之后，这等殷勤，喂得马肥，只落得道声好。”
How do you call it, not entering the stream? Public opinion, the last class. In this way, the official is the lowest and smallest, and can only watch horses with him. It seems that after the Lord took office, this kind of diligence has fattened the horse and only got it good.
自如稍有些汪雷，还要见责；再十分伤损，还要罚赎问罪。侯王闻此，不觉心头火起，咬牙大怒道：“这般藐视老孙！”
Words. If you are a little weak, you will still be blamed. If you are very hurt, you will be punished and punished. When the Monkey King heard this, he felt angry, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Such contempt for Lao's son."
老孙在那花果山称王称祖，怎么哄我来替他养马？养马者，乃后生小辈下贱之意，岂是待我的？不做他，不做他，我将去也。
How can Lao's son coax me to raise horses for him when he is proclaimed king and ancestor in the Huagua Mountain? Being a horse breeder is a despicable job for the younger generations. How can I be treated like this? If I don't do him, I will go away.
呼啦的一声，把公案推倒，耳中取出宝贝，晃一晃，挽来粗细，一路解数，直打出御马间，径至南天门。众天丁知他受了先路。
With a sudden bang, he pushed the gongan down, took out the treasure from his ear, and held it in his hands, which was as thick as a bowl. He counted the numbers all the way out of the royal horse prison and all the way to Nanchanmen. With a sudden bang, he pushed the gongan down, took out the treasure from his ear, and held it in his hands, which was as thick as a bowl. He counted the numbers all the way out of the royal horse prison and all the way to Nanchunman. All the heavens knew that he had received the immortal treasure.
“乃是个弼马温不敢阻当，让他打出天门去了。须臾，暗落云头，回至花果山上。只见那四健将与个洞妖王在那里操演兵卒。”
But Bima Wen didn't dare to stop him and let him go out of the Tianmen. After a while, I pushed down the clouds and returned to Huagua Mountain. I saw the 4 strong generals and the demon kings of each cave, practicing their soldiers there.
这猴王厉声高叫道：“小的们，老孙来了！”一群猴都来叩头迎接进洞天深处，请猴王高登宝位，一壁香半酒接风，都道：“恭喜大王！”
The Monkey King shouted loudly, "Little ones, Lao's son is here." A group of monkeys came to kowtow and welcome him into the depths of the cave. They invited the Monkey King to ascend the throne and held a banquet to welcome him. Everyone said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty."
上界去10数年，想必得意荣归也。猴王道：“我才半月有余，那里有10数年？”众猴道：“大王，你在天上不觉时辰，天上1日。”
After more than 10 years in the upper world, I must have returned home proudly. The Monkey King said, "I am only half a month old. How can I have more than 10 years? The monkeys said, "Your Majesty, after more than 10 years in the upper world, I must have returned home proudly." The Monkey King said, "I am only half a month old. How can I have more than 10 years?
就是下界1年里，请问大王，官居何职？”猴王摇手道：“不好说，不好说，活活的羞杀人。那玉帝不会用人，他见老孙这般模样。”
It's only 1 year in the lower realm. May I ask, Your Majesty, what is your official position? It's only 1 year in the lower realm. May I ask, Your Majesty, what is your official position? The Monkey King waved his hand and said, "It's hard to say, it's hard to say, it's so shameful to kill someone." The Jade Emperor didn't know how to employ people. When he saw Lao's son looking like this, he thought,
封我做个什么弼马温，原来是与他养马，微入流品之类。我出道任时不知，只在御马监中玩耍。及今日问我同僚，始知是这等卑贱。
By Ma Wen, it turned out that I was raising horses with him and was not of high quality. I didn't know it when I first took office, so I just played around in the royal horse prison. When I asked my roommates today, I realized how humble they were.
老孙心中大恼，推倒席面，不受官衔，因此走下来了。众侯道：“来得好，来得好！大王在这福地洞天之处为王，多少尊重快乐。”
Lao's son was very angry and pushed down the table, not receiving his official title, so he walked down. The monkeys said, "Well, come, come well. Your Majesty is king in this blessed land, cave and heaven. How much respect and happiness you have."
怎么肯去与他做马夫娇小的们快办酒来，与大王试闷？正饮酒欢会间，有人来报道：“大王，门外有2个独角鬼王，要见大王。”侯王道
Why are you willing to work with him as a groom? Teach the kids to have a drink quickly so that they can relieve their boredom with the king. While they were drinking and having a party, someone came to report, "Your Majesty, there are 2 one-horned ghost kings outside the door, and they want to see your Majesty." The Monkey King said,
叫他进来。那鬼王整衣跑入洞中，倒身下拜。美猴王问他：“你见我何干？”鬼王道：“久闻大王招贤，无由得见今见大王受了天禄。”
Teach him to come in. The Ghost King dressed up and ran into the cave, fell down and bowed down. The Monkey King asked him, "Why do you see me?" The Ghost King said, "I have heard for a long time that the king is recruiting talents, but I can't help but see it. Now I see that the king has awarded the celestial organ."
得意荣归，特献者黄袍一件，与大王称庆。肯不弃比剑，收纳小人，亦得效犬马之劳。侯王大喜，将者黄袍穿起，众等欣然排班朝拜。
When I returned home proudly, I specially presented an ochre yellow robe to celebrate with the king. If you are willing not to abandon the humble and accept the villain, you will also benefit from the work of dogs and horses. The Monkey King was overjoyed and put on his ochre yellow robe. Everyone happily arranged their shifts to worship.
即将鬼王封为前部总督，先锋鬼王谢恩毕，复其道：“大王在天许久，所受何职？”侯王道：“玉帝清闲，封我做个什么弼马温？”
The Ghost King was about to be named the governor of the front department. The pioneer Ghost King thanked Enbai and said again, "The king has been in heaven for a long time. What position has he been given?" The Monkey King said, "The Jade Emperor despises the virtuous, so he granted me the title of Bai Ma Wen.
鬼王听言，又奏道：“大王有此神通，如何与他养马？” 就做个齐天大圣，有何不可？猴王闻说，欢喜不胜，连道几个好。好，好。
The Ghost King listened and said again, "The king has such magical powers. How can I raise horses with him? Just be a monkey king, why not?" When the Monkey King heard this, he was so happy that he even said several good ones. Good. Good.
叫四健将就替我快制个旌旗，旗上写齐天大圣4大字，立杆张挂。自此以后，只称我为齐天大圣，不许再称大王。
I taught the 4 strong generals to quickly place a banner for me, with the 4 characters, Monkey King, written on it, and hang it up immediately. From now on, you can only call me the great sage Qitian, and you are not allowed to call me the king again.
亦可传与各动妖王一体之息，此不在话下。却说那玉帝次日设朝，只见张天师引御马监监城，肩负在丹池下拜奏道：“万岁！”
It can also be passed on to the demon kings of each cave to know it. This is a piece of cake. But the Jade Emperor held court the next day, and saw Zhang Tianshi leading the imperial horse, the eunuch, and the eunuch's deputy to pay homage at the foot of Danqi and say, "Long live."
新任弼马温孙悟空因嫌官小，昨日返下天宫去了。正说间，又见南天门外增长天王领众天丁，亦奏道：“弼马温不知何故。”
The new son Wukong, by Ma Wen, went to the heavenly palace yesterday because he thought he was a junior official. While he was talking, he saw the heavenly king leading all the heavenly dings outside the Nantian gate. He also said, "Bai Ma Wen doesn't know why."
走出天门去了。玉帝闻言，即传旨，这2路神元各归本职，阵前天兵擒拿此怪。颁布中闪上托塔李天王与哪吒3太子，乐般奏上道。
After walking out of the heavenly gate, the Jade Emperor heard this and immediately issued an edict. There are 2 groups of gods, each returning to his or her own duties. I send heavenly soldiers to capture this monster. In the middle of the class, King Li Tianwang and the 3rd Prince Neza went up to the pagoda and crossed the class to say,
万岁，微臣不才，请旨降此妖怪。玉帝大喜，即封托塔天王李靖为降魔大元帅，哪吒3太子为3坛海会大神，即刻兴师下界。
"Long live the incompetent minister. Please order this monster to be cast down." The Jade Emperor was overjoyed and appointed Li Jing, the king of Tower Towers, as the Grand Marshal for conquering demons, and Prince Neza as the great god of 3 altar seas, and immediately set up an army in the lower world.
李天王与哪吒叩头谢辞，敬至本宫，点起三军，率众头目，着巨灵神为先锋，于堵江略后，要插江催兵。一霎时出南天门外。
King Li Tian and Neza kowtowed and went to the palace. They ordered the 3 armies and commanded the leaders. With the giant spirit god as the vanguard, the Fish Maw generals plundered the rear, and the Yaocha generals urged the troops. In an instant, I walked out of Nanshanmen.
竟来到花果山选平阳处安了营寨，传令焦巨灵神挑战。巨灵神得令，结束整齐，抡着宣花斧到了水帘洞外。只见小洞门外许多妖魔。
He went straight to Huagua Mountain and set up camp in Pingyang, sending orders to the giant spirits to challenge him. The giant spirit god got the order, finished neatly, wielded the Xianhua axe, and arrived outside the water curtain cave. I saw many demons outside the small cave door.
都是些狼虫虎豹之类，压压叉叉，抡枪舞剑，在那里跳斗咆哮。这句灵神喝道：“那孽畜，快早去报与弼马温知道，吾乃上天大将。”
They are all wolves, insects, tigers and leopards, dancing and roaring with guns and swords. The giant spirit god shouted, "That beast! Go and report to Bai Mawan as soon as possible. I am the general of heaven."
奉玉帝旨意到此收服，叫他早早出来受降，免致汝等皆伤残也。那些妖怪奔奔波波，传报洞中道：“获释了，获释了。”猴王问
I came here to subjugate you according to the orders of the Jade Emperor. Teach him to come out and surrender as soon as possible, so as not to cause you all to be disabled. Those monsters were running around, reporting to the cave, disaster. What a disaster! The Monkey King asked.
有神或是众妖道，门外有一员天将，口称大圣官衔，道奉玉帝圣旨来此收服，叫早早出去受降，免伤我等性命。猴王听说，叫
Something bad has happened. The demons said, "There is a heavenly general outside the door, who claims the title of Great Sage, and is here to subdue him according to the Jade Emperor's decree. Teach me to go out early to accept surrender, so as not to harm our lives." The Monkey King heard about it and taught.
取我披挂来，就戴上紫金冠，冠上黄金甲，登上步云鞋，手执如意金箍棒，领众出门，摆开阵势。这具灵神睁睛观看，真好，猴王。
After I had been draped, I put on my purple gold crown, put on my gold armor, climbed on my cloud shoes, held the Rui golden hoop in my hand, led the crowd out, and set up a formation. This giant spirit god opens his eyes and watches. What a wonderful monkey king!
身穿金甲亮堂堂，头戴金冠光映映，手举金箍棒一根，足踏云鞋皆相称。一双怪眼似明星，两耳过尖察又硬，挺挺身材变化多。
Wearing golden armor and shining brightly, wearing a golden crown on his head reflecting the light. He holds a golden hoop in his hand and wears cloud shoes on his feet. A pair of strange eyes are like those of a star, and his ears are hard and over the shoulders. Only when you stand upright can you change a lot.
声音响亮如钟磬，尖嘴龇牙弼马温，心高腰坐骑天圣。巨灵神厉声高叫道：“那泼猴，你认得我吗？”大圣听言，急问道：“你是那路毛神？”
The sound is as loud as a bell, the mouth is sharp, the teeth are as warm as the horse, and the heart is high to be the sage who is equal to the heaven. The giant spirit god shouted loudly, "That monkey! Do you recognize me?" The great sage heard this and asked anxiously, "Are you the Lu Mao god?"
老孙不曾会你，你快报名来。巨灵神道：“我把你那欺心的猢狲，你是认不得我。我乃高上神霄托塔李天王部下先锋巨灵天将。”
If Lao's son never knows you, please sign up quickly. The giant spirit said, "I will kill your deceiving hosen. You don't recognize me. I am the vanguard giant spirit general under the command of King Li Tian of the high god Shao Tower."
今奉玉帝圣旨，到此收降你。你快卸了装束，归顺天恩，免得这满山诸处遭诛。若到半个不字，叫你顷刻化为齑粉。猴王听说，
Now, by the Jade Emperor's decree, I am here to surrender you. You should quickly take off your clothes and submit to heaven's grace, lest all the animals in the mountain be punished. If you say half a word, you will turn into powder in an instant. The Monkey King heard that.
心中大怒道：“泼毛神，休夸大口，少弄长舌！我本带一棒打死你，恐无人去报信，且留你性命，快早回天。”对玉皇说：“他甚不用嫌。”
He was so angry that he said to the god of Pamao, "Don't exaggerate your mouth, and don't make a long tongue. I was going to beat you to death with a stick, but I was afraid no one would report the news. I will spare your life and return to heaven as soon as possible. Say to the Jade Emperor, he doesn't use virtuous people very much."
老孙有无穷的本事，为何教我替他养马？ 你看我这旌旗上字号，若依此字号升官，我就不动刀兵，自然的天地清泰，如若不依。
Why did Lao's son teach me to raise horses for him when he has infinite abilities? Look at the name on my banner. If I am promoted according to this name, I will not use weapons, and the world will naturally be peaceful. If not,
时间就打上凌霄宝殿，教他龙床定坐不成。这巨灵神闻此言，即睁睛迎风观看，果见门外数亿高杆，杆上有旌旗一面。
when the time comes, he will go to the Lingxiao palace to teach him how to sit still on the dragon bed. When the giant spirit god heard this, he quickly opened his eyes to look into the wind, and saw a tall pole erected outside the door, with a flag on it.
上写着齐天大圣四大字。巨灵神冷笑三声道：“这泼猴，这等不知人事、折敢无状，你就要做齐天大圣，好好的吃无一斧，劈头就砍将去。”
On it were written the 4 characters of the Monkey King, the great spiritual god, sneered 3 times and said, "You are such a monkey, you are ignorant of human affairs, and you dare to be shameless. You must become the Monkey King. Eat my axe well. Just chop off the head."
那猴王正是会家不忙，将金箍棒应手相迎。这一场好杀，棒鸣如意，斧号喧哗。他2个乍相逢，不知深浅，斧和棒左右交加。
The Monkey King was a member of the Huijia family, so he greeted him with his golden cudgel. "This is a good kill. The baton is named Rui, and the axe is named Xianhua." The 2 of them met at first sight, not knowing the depth of each other. The axe and the stick were fighting each other.
一个暗藏神妙，一个大口称夸。施洞法，喷云艾雾，展开手，拨土扬沙。天降神通就有道，猴王变化实无涯。棒举却如龙戏水。
One is hiding his wonders while the other is boasting loudly. Use the movement method to spray clouds and mist. Spread your hands to sow soil and sand. The heavenly generals have magical powers, and the Monkey King's transformations are boundless. The stick lift is like a dragon playing in water.
福来游似凤穿花，巨灵名望传天下。原来本事不如他，大圣轻轻抡铁棒，这头一下满身麻。巨灵神抵敌他不住，被猴王劈头一棒。
The axe comes like a phoenix piercing a flower, and the fame of the giant spirit spreads all over the world. But it turns out that his ability is not as good as him. The great sage gently swung the iron rod, and his head was numb all over his body. The giant spirit god couldn't resist him, and was struck by the Monkey King on the head.
慌忙将斧架隔气，嚓的一声，把个斧柄打作两截，即侧身败阵逃生。猴王笑道：“脓包，脓包，我已饶了你，你快去报信，快去报信。”
He hurriedly split the axe frame with a fork, broke the axe handle into 2 pieces, and hurriedly retreated to escape. The Monkey King smiled and said, "Pustule, Pustule, I have spared you. Go and report the news quickly. Go and report the news quickly."
巨灵神回至营门觐见托塔天王，忙哈哈跪下道：“弼马温果是神通广大，末将战他不得，败阵回来请罪。”李天王发怒道：“这厮错无锐气。”
The giant spirit god returned to the gate of the camp to see King Tota. He knelt down and said, "Bima Wengwa has great supernatural powers. I will not be able to fight him at the end of the battle. I will come back after being defeated to apologize." King Li Tian was angry and said, "This guy is destroying my spirit."
推出斩之棒边，闪出哪吒太子拜告，父王息怒，且恕巨灵之罪。待孩出师一遭，便知深浅。天王听见，且叫回营代罪管事。
Prince Neza appeared from the side of the beheading and said, "Father, please calm down and forgive the sin of the giant spirit. Once a child starts teaching, he will know the depth." The King of Heaven listened to the advice and taught him to go back to the camp to deal with the crime.
这哪吒太子甲胄齐整，跳出营盘，撞至水帘洞外。那悟空正来收兵，见哪吒来的勇猛。好太子总角才遮，披毛未盖肩，神奇多敏悟。
Prince Neza's armor jumped out of the camp and crashed outside the water curtain cave. Wukong was coming to collect his troops when he saw Neza's bravery. "Good prince, his horns are only covered, his hair is not covering his shoulders. Miraculous and perceptive."
古秀更轻言，成为天上麒麟子，果是烟霞彩凤仙。隆重自然非俗相，妙灵端不类尘凡。身带6般神器械，飞腾变化广无边。
The bone show makes it clear that Yencheng is the son of Kirin in the sky, and the fruit is the fairy of haze and colorful phoenixes. The dragon species is naturally not ordinary, and its young age is not ordinary. He is equipped with 6 magical instruments, and his transformations are boundless.
今授玉皇金口，照赤峰海会号3坛。悟空迎进前来问曰：“你是谁家小哥？闯进吴门，有何事干？”哪吒喝道：“颇妖豪，岂不认得我？”
Now, by the imperial edict of Jade Emperor Jinko, the 3 altars of Haihui are sealed. Wukong approached and asked, "Whose brother are you? What's the point of barging into my door?" Neza shouted, "Monster monkey! Don't you recognize me?"
我乃托塔天王三太子哪吒是也，金凤玉帝钦差至此捉你。悟空笑道：“小太子，你的奶牙尚未退，胎毛尚未干，怎敢说这般大话？”
I am Neza, the 3rd prince of the heavenly king of Tuoda, and I have been sent by the Jade Emperor to arrest you here. Wukong smiled and said, "Little prince, your fangs have not yet receded and your fetal hair has not dried yet. How dare you say such big words?"
我且留你的性命，不打你。你只看我旌旗上是什么字号，拜上玉帝，是这般官衔，再也不须动众。我自皈依，若是不遂我心，
I will spare your life and not beat you. Just look at the name on my banner and bow to the Jade Emperor. With such an official title, there is no need to move the crowd anymore. I will take refuge myself, if it does not satisfy my wish.
定要打上凌霄宝殿。哪吒抬头看处，乃齐天大圣4字。哪吒道：“这妖猴能有多大神通，就敢称此名号？不要怕，吃无一见。”悟空道：“
It must be marked Lingshao Palace. Where Neza looked up, he saw the 4 characters of the great sage Qitian. Neza said, "How powerful can this monster monkey be to dare to call him this name? Don't be afraid, take my sword." Wukong said,
"我只站下不动，任你砍几剑罢。”那哪吒愤怒，大喝一声，叫变，即变作3头6臂，恶狠狠，手持着6般兵器，乃是斩妖剑、砍妖刀。
"I just stand still and let you strike with your sword." Neza became furious and shouted, "Change!" It immediately transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed figure, fierce and fierce, holding 6 kinds of weapons, including the demon-slaying sword, the demon-slaying knife.
缚妖索降妖杵，绣球、火轮，压压叉叉，扑面来打。悟空见了，心惊道：“这小哥倒也会弄些手段。莫无礼，看我神通！”好大圣！
The demon binding rope is used to subdue the demon, the pestle is used to embroider the demon, the fire wheel is used, and the yaya is forked, and the demons are beaten in the face. When Wukong saw it, he was shocked and said, "This little brother can also do some tricks. Don't be rude, look at my magical powers. What a great sage!"
喝声变，也变作3头6臂， 把金箍棒晃一晃，也变作3条。6只手拿着3条棒架住。这场斗真个是地动山摇，好杀也。
The sound of drinking changes. It also becomes 3 heads and 6 arms. The golden cudgel becomes 3. 6 hands held 3 sticks to support it. This fight is really shaking the earth and the mountains, and it's easy to kill.
6臂哪吒太子天生美是猴王，相逢真对手，正遇本源流。那一个猛差来下界，这一个欺心闹斗牛。斩妖宝剑锋芒快。
The 6-armed Prince Neza was born with a beautiful stone monkey king. He met his true opponent and met the original flow. The one who was sent to the lower realm was deceived and started a bullfight. The demon-slaying sword is sharp.
砍妖刀横鬼神仇缚妖锁子如飞蟒降妖大楚4郎头火轮掣电轰轰焰往往来来滚绣球。大圣3条如意棒前遮后挡运机谋。
The demon-cleaving knife is ruthless and ghostly. The demon-binding rope is like a flying python to subdue demons. The big pestle is like a wolf's head. The fire wheel is glowing with electricity, and it comes and goes rolling embroidery. The 3 wish-fulfilling sticks of the great sage cover the front and back to block luck and plans. 苦争数合无高下太子心中不肯休，把那6件兵器多教变，百千万亿照头丢。猴王不惧呵呵笑，铁棒翻腾自运筹，以一化千千化万。After numerous struggles, the prince refused to give up. Make many changes to those 6 weapons and throw them away with hundreds of thousands of billions of shots. The Monkey King is not afraid to laugh, and the iron rod is tumbling and planning to transform thousands into thousands. 满空乱舞赛飞球下的各洞妖王都庇护，便山鬼怪尽藏头。神兵怒气云惨惨，金箍铁棒响嗖嗖。那比香，天丁呐喊，人人怕这比香。The sky was full of wild dancing and flying beetles, so that all the demon kings in the caves closed their doors, and all the ghosts and ghosts hid their heads in the mountains. The divine soldiers were furious and pitiful, and the golden hoops and iron bars roared. In that side room, Tianding shouted and everyone was afraid. In this side room. 猴怪摇旗，个个忧发狠，2家齐斗勇，不知那个刚强那个柔。3太子与悟空各逞神威，斗了个30回合。那太子6班兵。The monkey monster is waving the flag. All of them are worried and fierce. The 2 families are fighting bravely. I don't know which one is strong and which one is soft. The third prince and Wukong each showed their power and fought for 30 rounds. The prince's 6 kinds of soldiers.
变作千千万万孙悟空金箍棒，变作万万千千。半空中似雨点流星，不分胜负。原来悟空手疾眼快，正在那混乱之时，他拔下一根毫毛。
It turns into thousands and thousands. Sun Wukong's golden cudgel turns into thousands and thousands. There are like raindrops and shooting stars in the mid-air, no matter who wins or loses. It turns out that Wukong has quick hands and eyes. In the moment of confusion, he pulled out Avella's hair.
叫声变，就变作他的本相，手挺着棒，演着哪吒他的真身，却一纵赶至哪吒脑后，这左脖上一棒打来。哪吒正使法间。
The cry changes. He changed into his true self, held up the stick in his hand, and acted like Nezha. In his true form, he rushed to the back of Nezha's head and hit him with the stick on his left arm. Nezha is envoy to the Dharma room.
听得棒头风响及躲闪时，不能错手，被他着了一下，腹痛逃走。收了法，把6件兵器依旧归身，败阵而回。那阵上李天王早已看见。
Hearing the sound of wind blowing from the stick head, he hurriedly dodged, but he couldn't be caught off guard. He bit him and ran away in pain. He collected the method, returned the 6 weapons as before, and returned in defeat. King Li Tian had already seen it in that formation.
急欲提兵助战，不觉太子叔至面前，战兢兢报道：“父王，弼马温真个有本事，孩儿这般法力，也战他不过，已被他打伤脖也。”
He was eager to raise troops to help the battle, but he didn't realize that the prince suddenly appeared in front of him and reported tremblingly, "Father, Bai Mawen is really capable. With this child's magic power, he can't beat him, and he has already injured his arm."
天王大惊失色道：“这厮嫩的神通如何取胜？”太子道：“他洞门外竖一杆旗，上写其天大圣4字，亲口夸称。”
The king of heaven was shocked and asked, "How can I win with this magical power?" The prince said, "There is a flag set up outside the door of his cave, with the 4 words, 'Great Sage equaling heaven' written on it. I personally boast."
教育帝就封他做齐天大圣万世巨修，若还不是此号，定要打上凌霄宝殿里。天王道：“既然如此，且不要与他相持，且去上界。”
Teach the Jade Emperor to confer him the title of Monkey King, the Monkey King. The king of heaven said, "In this case, don't stalemate with him and go to the upper world."
将此言回奏在多遣天兵围捉这厮，未为迟也。太子腹痛，不能赴战，故同天王回天启奏不提。你看那侯王得胜归山。
In response to these words, it is not too late to send more heavenly soldiers to surround this guy. The prince was in pain and could not fight again, so he returned to heaven with the king of heaven and made no mention of it. Look at the monkey king returning to the mountain victorious.
那72洞妖王与那6弟兄俱来贺喜，在洞天福地，饮乐无比。他却对6弟兄说：“小弟既称齐天大圣，你们亦可以大圣称之。”
The demon kings of the 72 caves and the 6 brothers all came to congratulate each other. They were having a great time drinking and enjoying themselves in the blessed land of cave heaven. But he said to the 6 brothers, "Since my younger brother is called the great sage, you can also call him the great sage."
内有牛魔王忽然高叫道：“贤弟言之有理，我即称作平天大圣。”蛟魔王道：“我称作覆海大圣。”鹏魔王道：“我称混天大圣。”狮拟王道：
There was a bull demon king inside who suddenly shouted, "Brother Dao Xian, what he said makes sense. I will be called the great sage of Pingtian." The demon king said, "I am called the great sage Fuhai." Demon King Peng said, "I call myself the great sage Huntian." Lion King said,
我称移山大圣。猕猴王道：“我称通风大圣。”龙王道：“我称驱神大圣。”此时7大圣自作自为，自称自号，耍乐1日，各散气。
I am called the great sage of mountain-moving macaque King Dao. I am called the great sage of ventilation. The Marmoset king said, "I am called the great sage who drives away gods." At this time, the 7 great sages acted on their own, calling themselves names, having fun for a day, and then dispersed.
却说那里天王与3太子领着众将，直至凌霄宝殿，启奏道：“臣等奉圣旨出师下界，收服妖仙孙悟空，不期他神通广大，不能取胜。”
But he said that King Li Tian and the 3rd prince led the generals to the Lingshao palace and said, "I have been sent to the lower world by the imperial decree to subdue the demon son Wukong. Unexpectedly, he has great supernatural powers and cannot win."
仍望万岁天兵剿除玉帝道：“亮一妖猴有多少本事，还要天兵？”太子又近前奏道：“望万岁赦臣死罪。”那妖猴使一条铁棒，
I still hope that I will add more troops to annihilate the Jade Emperor and said, Forgive me how capable a monster monkey is, but he still needs to add more troops. The prince came closer and said, May I live long and pardon my death penalty. The demon monkey made an iron rod.
先拜了巨灵神，又打伤陈必伯。洞门外立一杆旗，上书其天大圣4字。倒是封他这官职，即便休兵来投，若不是此官。
First he defeated the giant spirit god and then injured his arm. A flag was erected outside the cave door with the 4 words, Great Sage equaling heaven, written on it. The Tao is to grant him this official position, even if he surrenders his troops and comes to join him. If it were not for this official position, he would.
还要打上凌霄宝殿。也玉帝闻言，惊讶道：“这妖猴何敢这般狂妄？”着众将即刻诛之。正说间，颁布中又闪出太白金星，奏道
Hearing this, the Jade Emperor was surprised and said, How dare this monster monkey be so arrogant? The crowd will kill him immediately. Just as he was talking, Tai-Bai Jinxing flashed out from the class and played.
“那妖猴只知出言，不知大小。欲加兵与他争斗，想一时不能收服，反又劳师。不若万岁大赦恩慈。”还将招安旨意，就教他做个齐天大圣。
The demon monkey only knows how to speak but does not know the size. I wanted to add more troops to fight with him, but I thought I couldn't subdue him for a while, so I wasted my time. If Long Live the Great Sacrifice was kind and sent down the will of Zhaoan, would teach him to be a monkey king.
只是加他个空闲，有关无路变了。玉帝道：“怎么唤作有关无路？”金星道：“明是齐天大圣，只不与他事管，不与他俸禄。”
It's just that he has an empty title, official but no salary. The Jade Emperor said, How do you call it, official but not paid? Jin Xing said, His name is the Great Sage Qitian, but I don't want to interfere with his affairs, and I don't care about his salary.
且养在天壤之间，收他的邪心，使不生狂妄，树乾坤安静，还与得清明也。玉帝闻言道：“依卿所奏。”即命降了诏书，仍着金星领去。
And cultivate it between the sky and the earth to contain his evil intentions, so that he will not be arrogant, the universe will be peaceful, and the sea and the world will be peaceful. The Jade Emperor heard the words and said, According to what you have said. Even after the edict was issued, Jin Xing was still there to receive it.
金星复出南天门， 直至花果山水帘洞外观看。这番比前不同，威风凛凛，杀气森森，各样妖精无般不有，一个个都执剑拈枪。
Venus returns from the Nanchunmen to watch outside the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain. This time is different from before, majestic, murderous, and all kinds of fairies are present. Everyone holds a sword and a spear.
拿刀弄杖的在那里咆哮跳跃，一见金星，皆上前动手。金星道：“那众头目来，累你去报你大圣之之，吾乃上帝遣来天使。”
Those with swords and sticks were roaring and leaping there. When they saw Venus, they all stepped forward to take action. Jin Xing said, "Those leaders are here to repay you. The great sage knows, I am an angel sent by God."
有圣旨在此，请他众妖即跑入报道。外面有一老者，他说是上界天使，有旨意请你。悟空道：“来得好，来得好。”
There is a holy edict to invite him here, and the demons rush in to report. There is an old man outside. He says he is an angel from the upper realm, and he has a decree to invite you. Wukong said, "Well done, well done."
想是前番来的那太白金星，那次请我上界，虽是官爵不堪，却也天上走了一次，认得那天门内外之路。今番又来，定有好意。
I think it was the Tai-Bai Jinxing who came last time who invited me to go up to the realm. Although I was not worthy of my official title, I still went to heaven once and I knew the way inside and outside the gate. If you come again this time, you must have good intentions.
教众头目大开旗鼓，摆队迎接。大圣即带引群猴，顶冠冠甲，甲上罩了者黄袍，足踏云履，即出洞门，躬身施礼，高叫道：“老星请进。”
The leader of the congregation set up a team to welcome him with great fanfare. The great sage immediately led the group of monkeys, with his crown pierced through his armor, covered with an ochre-yellow robe, and his feet on cloud shoes. He hurried out of the cave door, bowed and saluted, and shouted, "Old Star, please come in."
恕我失迎之罪。金星屈步向前，进入洞内，面南立着道：“今告大圣，前者因大圣嫌物官小，躲离御马间，当由本监中大小官员奏了玉帝。”
Forgive me for being unwelcome. Jin Xing stepped forward and entered the cave. Facing south, he stood and said, "Now I tell the great sage." The former hid from the royal horse prison because the great sage disliked the junior officials. He should be reported by the officials of this prison, big and small. The Jade Emperor.
玉帝传旨道：凡受官职，皆由卑而尊，为何显小？即有李天王领哪吒下界取战，不知大圣神通，故遭败北，回天奏道。
The Jade Emperor preached that all official positions should be based on humbleness and respect. Why do you think you are too small? Then King Li Tian led Neza to fight in the lower realm. I didn't know the great sage's magical power, so I was defeated. He returned to heaven and said,
大圣立杆旗，要做齐天大圣。众武将还要支吾，是老汉立为大圣，冒罪奏闻，免兴失旅，请大王受禄。玉帝准奏，因此来请。悟空笑道：
The great sage sets up a flag to become the equal sage. The general still hesitated, but it was the old man who took the risk to report to the great sage. So as not to raise an army, he asked the king to give him the casket. The Jade Emperor was right to play, so he came to invite him. Wukong smiled and said,
前番动劳，今又蒙爱，多谢多谢。但不知上天可与我齐天大圣之官衔也。金星道：老汉以此弦奏准，方敢领旨而来，如有不遂。
Thank you for your hard work, and now I am loved again. Thank you very much. But I don't know if God can give me the official title of Monkey King, equal to heaven. Jin Xing said, the old man must play accurately with this title, only then he dares to come with the order, if anything fails.
只作罪老汉便是悟空大喜，肯留饮宴不肯，遂与金星纵着祥云到南天门外。那些天兵天将都拱手相迎，进入凌霄殿下。金星拜奏道：
Wukong was overjoyed and refused to stay for the banquet, so he and Venus rode the auspicious clouds to the outside of the Nantian Gate. Those Tian-Ding Tian generals all welcomed him. Enter His Highness Ling Xiao. Venus worshipped and said,
陈凤照宣毕马文孙悟空已到玉帝道：那孙悟空过来，今宣你做个齐天大圣，官品极矣，但切不可胡为。这侯一指朝上唱个诺。
The minister was ordered to announce that Bai Ma Wen and Sun Wukong had arrived. The Jade Emperor said, Come here, Sun Wukong. Now I declare that you will be the great sage of the heavens. Your official status is extremely high, but you must not act recklessly. The monkey also stopped singing, upwards.
道生谢恩玉帝，即命公干关张、鲁二班在蟠桃园右手起一座齐天大圣府，府内设个二司，一名安静司，一名凝神司。司具有先例。
In order to express his gratitude, the Jade Emperor ordered Zhang and Lu Urban, the work officials, to build a Chitian palace on the right side of Pantoiwan. There were 2 departments in the palace. One was the quietness department and the other was the Ningxian department. There are immortal officials in every department.
“左右扶持，又差五斗星君送悟空去到任，外赐御酒2瓶，金花10朵，这他安心定制，再无胡为。”那猴王信受奉行，即日与五斗星君到府。
With support from the left and right, Lord Wuduing was sent to send Wukong to his post, and he was given 2 bottles of royal wine and 10 golden flowers, so that he could calm down and make up his mind and not do anything wrong again. The Monkey King believed in it and went to his house with Lord 5 Doe Stars that day.
打开酒瓶，同众尽饮。宋星官回转本宫，他才遂心满意，喜得欢天，再与天公快乐，无挂无碍。正是先明永驻长生路。
Open the bottle and drink with everyone. After sending the Star Officer back to his own palace, he will be satisfied and happy, and he will be happy in the heavenly palace without any worries. Exactly. Immortal names are forever inscribed in the urn of immortality.
不堕轮回万古传，毕竟不知向后如何，且听下回分解。第5回乱蟠桃大圣偷丹反天宫，诸神诸怪画表，齐天大圣到底是个妖猴。
After all, I don't know how to go forward in the eternal legend of not falling into reincarnation. Let's listen to the explanation in the next chapter. In the 5th chapter, the great sage Pan Tao steals elixirs to rebel against the gods of the heavenly palace, and tells monsters that the great sage Chi Tian is actually a monster monkey.
“更不知官衔品从也不叫俸禄高低，但只注明变了。那齐天府下24仙吏，早晚服侍，只知日食3餐，夜眠1榻，无事牵营，自由自在。”
I don't even know that the official title and grade are never higher or lower than the salary, but just the name is enough. The 2 immortal officials under the Chitian mansion were waiting in the morning and evening. They only had 3 meals a day and 3 meals a day, and slept on the same couch at night. They had nothing to worry about and were free.
闲时节会有游宫交朋结义，见3经称个老字，逢4弟道个陛下。与那9曜星、5方将、28宿、4大天王、12元臣、5方五老。
In leisure time, I would visit the palace and make friends. When I see Sanqin, I call him Laozi, and when I meet the 4 emperors, I call him His Majesty. With the 9 obsidian stars, the 5 directions generals, the 28 constellations, the 4 heavenly kings, the 12 Yuan Chens, the 5 directions and the 5 elders.
普天星象河汉群神，俱之以弟兄相待，彼此称呼。今日东游，明日西荡，云去云来，行踪不定。一日，玉帝早朝。
The stars, rivers, and gods all over the sky all treat each other as brothers and call each other. Traveling east today, wandering west tomorrow, clouds come and go, whereabouts are uncertain. One day, the Jade Emperor came to court early in the morning.
颁布中闪出许京阳真人府，启奏道：今有齐天大圣无事闲游，结交天上众星宿，不论高低，俱称朋友，恐后弦中生事。
Su Jingyang, the real person, appeared in the class and started to say, Today, the great sage Qitian is wandering around with nothing to do, making friends with all the stars in the sky, no matter how high or low. They are all friends, for fear of causing trouble in the future.
不若与他一件事管束免别生事端。玉帝闻言，及时宣诏。那侯王欣欣然而至，道：“陛下，赵老孙有何升赏？”玉帝道：“朕见你身闲无事。
If you don't do anything with him, you can avoid trouble. When the Jade Emperor heard this, he immediately issued an edict. The Monkey King arrived happily and said, Your Majesty, what kind of reward can Lao Sunjiao give? The Jade Emperor said, I see you are free and have nothing to do.
与你见直是你且全管那蟠桃园，早晚好生在意。大圣欢喜谢恩，朝上唱诺而退。他等不得穷忙，即入蟠桃园内查勘。
As a deacon, you have the power to take charge of the peach garden. Sooner or later, you will be happy. The great sage was happy to express his gratitude, sang upwards and retired. He couldn't wait to be busy, so he went into the peach garden to investigate.
本园中有个土地拦住问道：“大圣何往？”大圣道：“无奉玉帝点差，代管蟠桃园，进来查勘也。”那土地连忙施礼，急呼那一般除数立事。
There is a land in this garden who stops me and asks where the great sage is going? The great sage said, I am entrusted by the Jade Emperor to take charge of the Pantoiwan, and I am here to investigate. The land hurriedly saluted and called the group of tree-hoeing warriors to.
运水力士、修桃力士、打扫力士都来见大圣磕头，引他进去。但见那夭夭灼灼、颗颗珠珠，夭夭灼灼花迎树，颗颗珠珠果压制。
The water transporter, the peach repairer, and the sweeper all came to kowtow to the great sage and lead him in. But see that the sun shines brightly, every tree. The trees are filled with scorching flowers, and the trees are covered with fruits.
国鸦枝头垂锦丹花迎树上簇胭脂。时开时节千年熟，无夏无冬万载迟。先熟的拖延醉脸，还生的带地青皮。凝烟积带绿。
The fruits are heavy on the branches and brocades hang down. The flowers are full of rouge clusters on the trees. It blooms at the same time and matures for 1,000 years. There is no summer and no winter for 10,000 years. Those that are ripe first have a flushed face. Those that are still raw have green skin with pedicles. The condensation muscle is green.
应日显丹姿，树下奇葩并议会。40不谢色齐齐，左右楼台并馆舍。迎空常见赵云霓。不是玄都凡俗种，瑶池王母自栽培。
The sun shines brightly, and the strange flowers and flowers under the trees are in perfect harmony at all times. On the left and right balconies and buildings, the sky is often filled with clouds. It is not a common seed in Xuandu. It is cultivated by the Queen Mother of Yaoqi.
大圣看完多时，问土地道：“此树有多少株树？”土地道：“有3600株，前面1200株，花微果小，3000年一熟，人吃了成仙了。”道。
The great sage watched for a long time and asked Tutu, "How many trees are there?" Tutu said, "There are 3,600 trees. The first 1,200 trees have tiny flowers and small fruits, which ripen once every 3,000 years. People who eat them will become immortals."
体见身轻中间1200株曾花干时，6000年一熟，人吃了霞举飞升，长生不老。后面1200株，子闻相合，9000年一熟。
The body is healthy and light. The middle 1,200 flowers are sweet and fruity, and they ripen once every 6,000 years. People who eat xiaju will ascend to immortality. The back 1,200 plants have purple lines and cores, and they ripen every 9,000 years.
人吃了，与天地齐寿，日月同庚。大圣闻言，欢喜无任。当日查明了株数，点看了亭阁，回府。自此后，3、5日一次赏玩，也不交友。
If a person eats it, he will live as long as the heaven and the earth, and the sun and the moon will have the same age. When the great sage heard this, he was overjoyed without restraint. That day I found the trees, checked the pavilions, and returned home. From then on, I only visited once every 3 to 5 days and did not make any friends.
也不他游一日，见那老树枝头桃熟大半。 他心里要吃个尝新，奈何本原土地力士并其天府仙力紧随不变。忽设一计道。
He didn't take a day trip and saw that most of the peaches were ripe on the branches of the old tree. He wanted to try something new, but it was inconvenient for him to have the land, powerful men and immortal officials of Chitian Mansion follow him. Suddenly he devised a plan and said,
汝等且出门外伺候，让我在这亭上少憩片时。那众仙果退。只见那猴王脱了官服，爬上大树，捡那熟透的大桃，摘了许多。
You go out and wait for me and let me rest in this pavilion for a while. The immortal fruits retreated. I saw the Monkey King taking off his crown, climbing up the big tree, picking the big ripe peaches, and picked many.
就在树枝上自在受用吃了一饱，却才跳下树来，簪冠着服，唤众等依从回府。迟3、2日，又去设法偷桃，尽他享用。一朝
Just enjoying himself on the branch and having a full meal, he jumped down from the tree, put on his hairpin and clothes, and called everyone to wait for him to return home. 3 or 2 days later, he went to try to steal peaches and enjoy them as much as he could. Once upon a time.
王母娘娘设宴大开宝阁，瑶池中做蟠桃盛会。急着那红衣仙女、青衣仙女、素衣仙女、皂衣仙女、紫衣仙女、黄衣仙女。
The Queen Mother held a banquet in the treasure pavilion, and held a peach festival in the Pond. That is, the fairy in red, the fairy in green, the fairy in plain, the fairy in soap, the fairy in purple, the fairy in yellow.
绿衣仙女各顶花篮，去蟠桃园摘桃见会。七衣仙女直至园门首，只见蟠桃园土地，力士同其天府2司仙吏都在那里把门。仙女近前道：
The fairies in green carry flower baskets and go to the peach orchard to pick peaches for the party. The fairies in 7 clothes went to the front of the garden gate, where they saw the land of Pantaloiwen, the powerful men and the 2 immortal officials of Chitian Mansion, all guarding the gate. The fairy came forward and said,
我等奉王母懿旨，到此摘桃设宴。土地道：仙娥且住，今岁不比往年了。玉帝点差齐天大圣在此都里，须是报大圣得知，方敢开园。
We are here to pick peaches and hold a banquet on the orders of the Queen Mother. Tutu said, Xianyi will live here. This year is no different than in previous years. The Jade Emperor and the great sage Chitian are here to supervise the management. Only after reporting to the great sage can we dare to open the park.
仙女道：大圣何在？土地道：大圣在园内，因困倦，自家在亭子上睡里。仙女道：既如此，寻他去来，不可迟误。土地即与同介。
Where is the great sage of the fairy way? Tutu said, The great sage is in the garden. He is sleeping on the pavilion because he is sleepy. The fairy said, In that case, don't delay in looking for him. The land advances with it.
寻至花亭不见，只有衣冠在庭，不知何往，四下里都没寻处。原来大圣耍了一会，吃了几个桃子，变作2寸长的个人。
When I found the flower pavilion, I couldn't find it. Only my clothes and clothes were there. I didn't know where I was going. I couldn't find it anywhere. It turns out that the great sage played for a while, ate a few peaches, and transformed into a 2-inch-long man.
在那大树梢头浓叶之下睡着了七衣仙女道：我等奉旨前来，寻不见大圣，怎敢空回？傍有仙使道：仙娥既奉旨来，不必迟疑。
The fairy and 7 clothes slept under the thick leaves on the top of the big tree and said, We came here according to the order, but we can't find the great sage. How can we dare to return empty-handed? There was an immortal envoy nearby who said, Since Sieni has come according to the order, there is no need to hesitate.
我大圣闲游惯了，想是出园会友去了。汝等且去摘桃，我们替你回话便是。那仙女一言，入树林之下摘桃，先在前树摘了2篮。
I, the great sage, am used to wandering around, so I thought I was out of the garden to meet friends. Just go pick peaches, and we will answer your question. The fairy followed the instructions and went into the woods to pick peaches. First she picked 2 baskets from the tree in front.
又在中树摘了3篮，到后树上摘去。只见那树上花果稀疏，只有几个毛底青皮的。原来熟的都是猴王吃了。七仙女张望东西。
Then I picked 3 baskets from the middle tree and picked them from the back tree. I saw that there were only a few flowers and fruits on the tree with hairy stems and green bark. It turns out that the Monkey King ate all the cooked ones. The 7 fairies looked at things.
只见向南枝上只有一个半红半白的桃子青衣女，用手扯下枝来，红衣女摘了，却将枝子往上一放。原来那大圣变化了，正睡在此枝。
I saw a half-red and half-white peach on the branch toward the south. The woman in green pulled the branch off with her hands. The woman in red picked it and then looked up at the branch. It turns out that the great sage has changed and is sleeping on this branch.
被他惊醒，大圣即现本相，耳朵内撤出金箍棒，晃一晃，碗来粗细，多的一声道：“你是那方怪物，敢大胆偷摘我桃！”
Awakened by him, the great sage showed his true form, pulled out a golden cudgel from his ear, held it as thick as a bowl, and said with a loud voice, "You are that monster, dared to steal my peaches."
慌的那七仙女一齐跪下道：“大圣息怒，我等不是妖怪，乃王母娘娘差来的七仙女，摘取仙桃，大开宝阁，做蟠桃盛会。事至此间。”
The 7 fairies were so panicked that they all knelt down and asked the great sage to calm down. "We are not monsters, but fairies in 7 clothes sent by the Queen Mother to pick fairy peaches, open a treasure pavilion, and hold a peach festival. It's time to reach this point."
先见了本源土地等，神寻大圣不见。我等恐迟了王母懿旨，是以等不得大圣，故先在此摘桃，万望恕罪。大圣闻言，回嗔作喜道：“
I first saw the land of this garden and waited for the great sage Shinsun to disappear. We are afraid that we will delay the Queen Mother Yi's decree and wait for the great sage, so we will pick peaches here first. Please forgive me." When the great sage heard this, he returned his anger and said joyfully,
仙娥请起王母开阁设宴，请的是谁？仙女道：“上会自有旧规，请的是西天佛老、菩萨、圣僧、罗汉，南方南极观音，东方崇恩圣地。”
Sieni invited the Queen Mother to hold a banquet in her pavilion. Who did she invite? The fairy said, "The meeting has its own old rules. The people invited are Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, holy monks and arhats from the west, Guanyin from the south and the holy Emperor Chongan from the east."
十洲三岛仙翁，北方北极玄灵，中央黄极黄角大仙，这个是五方五老。还有五斗星君、上八洞三清、四帝、太乙天仙等众，中八洞玉皇。
The immortals of the 10 continents and 3 islands, the Xianling of the North Pole, and the great immortal of Huangji and Huangjiao in the center. This is the 5 elders of the 5 directions. There are also the 5 Do Xingjuan, the Sanqing, the 4 emperors, the Tai celestial immortal in the upper 8 caves, the Jade Emperor in the middle 8th cave.
九类海月神仙，下八洞幽冥教主，诸事地仙，各宫各殿大小尊神，聚一齐赴蟠桃佳会。大圣笑道：“可请我吗？”仙女道：“不曾听的说。”
The 9 bases Haiwa immortal, the netherworld cult leader of the lower 8 cave, the earthly immortal of Zhushur, and the deities of all palaces and halls all went to the peach festival together. The great sage smiled and said, "Can you invite me?" The fairy said, "I have never heard of it."
大圣道：“我乃齐天大圣，就请我老孙做个袭尊，有何不可？”仙女道：“此事上会就归，今会不知如何。”大圣道：“此言也是，难怪汝等。”
The great sage said that since I am the great sage of Chitian, why not ask me, Lao's son, to be a Shizun? The fairy said, "This is the old rule of the previous meeting. I don't know what to do now." The great sage said, "This is also true, no wonder you."
你且立下，待老孙先去打听个消息，看可请老孙不请。郝大圣捻着诀，念声咒语，对众仙女道：“住！住！住！”这原来是个定身法。
You decide to wait for Lao's son to go get some news first and see if you can invite Lao's son or not. The great sage, twisting his hand and chanting a mantra, said to the fairies, "Stay. Live. Live." This turns out to be a body-fixing method.
把那七仙女一个个愣愣怔怔、白着眼，都站在桃树之下。大圣纵躲祥云，跳出园内，径奔瑶池路上而去。正行时，只见那碧香。
The fairies in 7 clothes stood under the peach tree with open eyes and white eyes. The great sage jumped out of the garden under the auspicious clouds and ran towards Yaoqi Road. As we were walking, we only saw the wall compartment.
一天瑞霭光摇曳，五色祥云飞不绝。白鹤声鸣震九高，紫之色秀分千叶。中间现出一尊仙，相貌天然风采别。神武红霓晃汉霄。
One day, the auspicious mist swayed and the 5-colored auspicious clouds flew endlessly. The sound of white cranes vibrates Jogao, and the color of purple Gigi spreads across thousands of leaves. An immortal appeared in the middle, with a natural and graceful appearance. God dances in rainbow colors in the sky of Han Dynasty.
腰悬宝路无生灭，名称赤脚大罗仙，特赴蟠桃天受劫。那赤脚大仙敌面撞见大圣，大圣低头定计，转哄真仙，他要暗去赴会，却问。
The treasure basket hanging on the waist is called the Barefoot de Luo Immortal, who has no birth or death. He is specially attending the Peach Festival to add longevity. The Barefoot Immortal met the great sage face to face. The great sage lowered his head and made a plan to win over the real immortal. He wanted to go to the meeting secretly, but asked,
老道和往大仙道：“蒙王母见召，去赴蟠桃佳会。”大圣道：“老道不知。”玉帝因老孙筋斗云集，着老孙五路邀请列位，先至通明殿下眼里。
Where can I go? The great immortal said. The Queen Mother saw the invitation and went to the Peach Festival. The great sage said, I don't know. The Jade Emperor, because of Lao's son's somersault, invited everyone to come to His Highness Tongming to perform a ceremony.
"后方去赴宴大仙是个光明正大之人，就以他的狂语作真，道：常年就在瑶池眼里谢恩，如何先去通明殿眼里，方去瑶池赴会？无奈。
The great immortal who went to the banquet in the rear was an upright man, so he took his lies as true and said, I have been performing ceremonies in Yaoqi all year round to express gratitude. How can I go to Tongming Hall to perform ceremonies first and then go to Yaoqi to attend the meeting? Have no choice.
"只得拨转祥云径往通明殿去了。大圣驾着云，念声咒语，摇身一变，就变作赤脚大仙模样，前奔瑶池。不多时，直至宝阁，按住云头。
I had no choice but to turn to Shangyun Path and go to Tongming Hall. The great sage rode on a cloud, chanted a mantra, transformed into a barefoot immortal, and ran towards the Yaoqi. Not long after, I reached the Bao Pavilion and held down the cloud head.
轻轻一步走入里面，只见那里琼香缭绕，瑞霭缤纷，瑶台铺彩洁，宝阁散氤氲，凤柱鸾翔形缥缈，金花玉萼影浮沉。
Move gently and walk inside. I saw there lingering fragrance and colorful mist. The Yao Tai is paved with colorful knots, and the treasure pavilion is covered with mist. The flying phoenix and the luan are ethereal, and the shadows of the golden flowers and jade calyx are floating and sinking.
上排着九凤丹匣，以八宝紫泥墩，五彩描金桌，千花碧玉盆。桌上有龙肝和凤髓，熊掌与星唇。珍馐百味般般美，异果佳肴色色新。
On top are 9 phoenixes, danxia, 8 treasures and purple pears, a 5-color gold table, and a 1,000-flower jasper basin. On the table are dragon liver and phoenix marrow, bear paws and orangutan lips. The delicacies are as delicious as a variety of flavors, and the fruits are all new and colorful.
那里铺设的齐齐整整，却还未有仙来。这大圣典看不尽，忽闻得一阵酒香扑鼻。忽转头，见右壁厢长廊之下，有几个造酒的仙官。
The place is neatly laid out, but no immortal has come yet. You can't see this great holy spot, and suddenly you can smell the fragrance of wine. Suddenly he turned around and saw several winemaking officials and immortals under the corridor on the right wall.
盘糟的力士领几个运水的道人，烧火的童子，在那里洗缸刷瓮，已造成了玉液琼浆，香劳佳酿。大圣止不住口角流涎，就要去吃。
The powerful man in Panzhao led a few Taoists who carried water and boys who made fires to wash the jars and brush the urns there, and they had made jade liquid, fine nectar, fragrant mash, and fine wine. The great sage couldn't stop salivating and wanted to eat.
奈何那些人都在这里，他就弄个神通，把毫毛拔下几根，丢入口中嚼碎，喷浆出去，念声咒语，叫变，即变作几个瞌睡虫。
However, when those people were here, he used his magical power to pluck out a few vellus hairs, threw them into his mouth, chewed them, sprayed them out, chanted a spell, and shouted, "Change! Just become a few sleepyheads."
奔在众人脸上，你看那伙人手软头低，闭眉合眼，丢了执事，都去盹睡。大圣却拿了些百味八珍，加小一品，走入长廊里面，就着缸。
When you see the group of people running in front of everyone, their hands are soft and their heads are lowered, their eyebrows are closed and their eyes are closed. They all go to sleep without the butler. But the great sage took some of the 8 delicacies and walked into the corridor and put them in a vat.
挨着瓮放开量，痛饮一番。吃够了多时，毛陶醉了，自揣自摸道：“不好，不好！再过会请的客来，却不怪我。一时拿住，怎生是好？”
Next to the urn, let go and take a swig. After eating go for a long time, I became drunk. He said to himself, "No, no. Later, when the invited guests come, you won't blame me? How can it be better to hold it for a while?"
不如早回府中睡去也好。大圣摇摇摆摆，仗着酒，任情乱撞，一会把路岔了，不是齐天府，却是兜率天宫。一见了，顿然醒悟道：
It's better to go back to the house and sleep early. The great sage, swaying, relying on wine, and letting his emotions run wild. After a while, the road was wrong, and it was not Chitian Mansion, but Tushita Heavenly Palace. As soon as he saw it, he suddenly realized.
兜率宫是33天之上，乃离恨天太上老君之处，如何错到此间？也罢，也罢，一向要来望此老，不曾得来， 今趁此残部。
Tushita Palace is the place above the 33 heavens, the Grand Master of Lihention. How did you end up here? No matter what, I have always wanted to come to see this old man, but I never came, so now I am taking advantage of my disability to visit you.
就往他一望也好，急整衣撞进去，那里不见老君，似无人迹。原来那老君与燃灯古佛在3层高阁朱灵丹台上讲道，众仙童、仙将、仙官。
As soon as he looked at it, he dressed up and ran in. Lao Jun was not there, and there was no one around. It turned out that the old man and the ancient Buddha Ran Deng were preaching on the Zhuling alchemy platform in the 3-story high pavilion. All the immortal boys, immortal generals, immortal officials.
仙力都侍立左右，听讲这大圣，直至丹房里面寻访不遇。但见丹灶之棒，炉中有火，炉左右安放着5个葫芦，葫芦里都是炼就的金丹。
Immortal officials all stood around to listen to the great sage. They even went to the alchemy room to look for him but could not find him. But next to Dan Zao, there was a fire in the furnace. There are 5 gourds placed on the left and right sides of the furnace, and the gourds are filled with refined golden elixirs.
大圣喜道：“此物乃仙家之至宝。老孙自了道以来，识破了内外相同之理，也要炼些金丹济人，不欺道家无暇。今日有缘，却又撞着此物。”
The great sage said with joy that this thing is the most precious treasure of the immortal family. Since he became a Taoist, Lao Sun has seen through the principle of the sameness between inside and outside, and he also wants to refine some golden elixirs to help people, and he never expects to be free at home. Today I was destined to bump into this thing again.
趁老子不在，等我吃他几丸长心。他就把那葫芦都清出来，就都吃了，如吃炒豆相似。一时间，丹满酒醒，又自己揣度道：“不好，不好。”
While I'm not waiting for you, I'll take a few of his pills to try something new. He poured out all the gourd and ate it all, just like eating fried beans. For a moment, Dan Man sobered up. Then he reasoned, not good, not good.
这场祸比天还大，若惊动玉帝，性命难存。走，走，走，不如下界为王去也。他就跑出兜率宫，步行旧路，从西天门使个隐身法逃去。
This disaster is bigger than the sky. If the Jade Emperor is alarmed, his life will be difficult to survive. Go, go, go. It's better to go down to the next world to be the king. He ran out of Tushita Palace, and instead of taking the old route, He used the invisibility method to escape through Zishanman.
即按云头回至花果山界，但见那旌旗闪着，戈戟光辉，原来是四剑将与72洞妖王在那里演习武艺。大圣高叫道：“小的们
That is, follow the cloud head and return to the Huagua mountain boundary. But seeing the flags shining brightly and the spears and halberds shining brightly, it turned out to be the 4 strong generals and the 72 cave demon kings, practicing their martial arts there. The great sage shouted, 'Little ones!'
我来也众怪丢了器械，跪倒道：“大圣好宽心，丢下我等许久，不来相顾。”大圣道：“没多时，没多时。且说且行，竟入洞天深处。”
When I came, the monsters lost their equipment and knelt down and said, "The great sage is so lenient. He left me waiting for a long time without coming to see me." The great sage said, "Not long, not long." After talking and doing, he went straight into the depths of the cave.
四剑将打扫安歇，叩头礼拜毕，具道：“大圣在天这100年，实寿何止？”大圣笑道：“我记得才半年光景，怎么就说100年话？”剑将道
After the 4 strong men had finished cleaning and resting, kowtowing and praying, they all asked, "What role did the great sage really hold during the 100 years he was in heaven?" The great sage smiled and said, "I only remember half a year. Why do I talk about 100 years?" Jian Jiang said,
在天1日，即在下方1年也。大圣道：“且喜这番玉帝相爱，果封作齐天大圣，其作齐天府，右设安静，凝神二思，思设先例侍卫。”
"One day in the sky means 1 year below." The great sage said, "I am so happy that the Jade Emperor fell in love with each other. I was granted the title of Great Sage Qitian, and built a Qitian mansion. I also established 2 divisions, Anjing and Ningxian, with immortal officials and guards."
向后见我无视着我，看管蟠桃园。今因王母娘娘设蟠桃大会，未曾请我，是我不待她请，先赴瑶池，把她那仙品、仙酒都是我偷吃了。
When I saw that I had nothing to do, I took care of the peach garden. Recently, the Queen Mother held a peach convention and did not invite me. I did not wait for his invitation, so I went to Yao Qi first and stole his immortal products and wine.
走出瑶池，踉踉跄跄误入老君宫阙，又把他5个葫芦金丹也偷吃了。但恐玉帝见罪，方才走出天门来也。众怪闻言大喜。
After walking out of Yaoqi, he stumbled into Lao Juan's palace and stole 5 of his gourd elixirs. But he was afraid that the Jade Emperor would see his guilt, so he just walked out of the heavenly gate. The monsters were overjoyed when they heard this.
即安排酒果接风，将椰酒满斟一担碗奉上。大圣喝了一口，即呲牙，嘴道：“不好吃，不好吃。”崩！八二将道：“大圣在天宫吃了仙酒。”
Arrange wine and fruit to catch the wind. Fill a stone bowl with coconut wine and serve it. The great sage took a sip and said, "It doesn't taste good, it doesn't taste good." Generals Bang and Ba said, "The great sage drank immortal wine in the heavenly palace."
仙小是以椰酒不甚美口。常言道：“美不美，香中水。”大圣道：“你们就是亲不亲？故乡人，我今早在瑶池中受用时。”
Xian Miao believes that coconut wine is not very tasty. As the saying goes, beauty is only as good as the water in the countryside. The great sage said, "You are, close friends or not, people from my hometown. When I was enjoying myself in Yaoqi this morning,
“见那长廊之下有许多瓶罐，都是那玉液琼浆，你们都不曾尝着，待我再去偷他几瓶回来，你们各饮半杯，一个个也长生不老。”
I saw many bottles and jars of jade liquid and fine wine under the corridor. You have never tasted it. When I go to steal a few more bottles and come back, you will each drink half a cup and you will be immortal.
众侯欢喜不胜，大圣急出洞门，又翻一筋斗，使个隐身法，径至蟠桃会上，进瑶池宫阙，只见那几个造酒、盘糟、运水。
The monkeys were so happy that the great sage came out of the cave, turned somersaults, and made himself invisible. He walked to the peach fair and entered the Yaoqi palace.
烧火的还酣睡未醒，他将大的从左右斜下斜了2个，两手提了2个，即拨转云头回来。会众侯在于洞中，就做个仙酒会，各饮了几杯。
The fireman was still snoring and sleeping, so he took 2 big ones from his left and right sides and carried 2 in his hands. Then he turned around and came back. The monkeys gathered in the cave and held a fairy wine party, each drinking a few glasses.
快乐不提，却说那七衣仙女自受了大圣的定身法术，1周天方能解脱。各提花篮回奏王母，说道：“齐天大圣使术法困住我等。”
Happy didn't mention it, but said that the 7-clothed fairy had received the great sage's body-fixing spell, and it took a week for her to be liberated. Each carried a basket of flowers and echoed the words of the Queen Mother, saying, "The great sage Qitian has used magic to trap us."
故此来迟王母问道：“汝等摘了多少蟠桃？”仙女道：“只有2篮小桃，3篮中桃。至后面大桃半个也无，想都是大圣偷吃了。”即正寻间
Therefore, Queen Mother Lai Chi asked, "How many flat peaches have you picked?" The fairy said, "There are only 2 baskets of small peaches and 3 baskets of medium peaches." At the end, there was not even half of the big peach left. I thought the great sage had eaten it secretly. And I am looking for a room.
不期大圣走将出来行凶拷打，又问设宴请谁。我等把上会事说了一遍，他就定住我等，不知去向。直到如今才得行解回来。
Unexpectedly, the great sage came out and tortured him, and asked who he was inviting to the banquet. After I told him what happened in the previous meeting, he stopped me and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until now that I had to wake up and come back.
王母闻言，即去见玉帝，备陈前事。说不了，又见那造酒的一班人同仙官等来奏，不知什么人搅乱了蟠桃大会。
After hearing this, the Queen Mother immediately went to see the Jade Emperor to prepare the matter. I couldn't say it, but I saw the winemaking group, together with the immortal officials and others, came to report. I don't know who disrupted the Peach Festival.
偷吃了玉叶琼浆，其8珍百味一举偷吃了。又有4个大天师来奏赏，太上道祖来了。玉帝即同王母出迎，老君朝礼毕，道
He secretly ate the jade liquid and fine wine. He also secretly ate all its 8 delicacies and hundreds of delicacies. For more great heavenly masters came to announce, Taishang Taozu is here. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother went out to welcome him. After the old man paid his homage, he said,
老道宫中炼了些9转金丹，伺候陛下做丹元大会，不期被贼偷去，特请陛下知之。玉帝见奏悚惧。少时，又有其天府仙吏叩头道：
I have refined some 9-turn golden elixir in the old Taoist palace to serve your majesty for the Elixir Yuan conference. Unexpectedly, it was stolen by thieves. I would like to express your majesty's knowledge. The Jade Emperor was horrified when he saw the memorial. After a while, another immortal official from Qitian Mansion kowtowed.
孙大圣不守执事，自昨日出游，至今未转，更不知去向。 玉帝又添一祀。只见那赤脚大仙右府上奏道：“臣蒙王母诏，昨日赴会。”
Deacon's son Dashing has been traveling since yesterday and has not returned yet, and his whereabouts are unknown. The Jade Emperor became more suspicious. I saw the barefoot immortal bending over again and saying, "I was ordered by the Queen Mother to attend the meeting yesterday."
偶遇齐天大圣对陈言万岁有旨，着他邀臣等先赴通明殿眼里，方去赴会。臣依他言语，即返至通明殿外，不见万岁龙车凤辇。
I met the great sage Chitian by chance and said to his ministers, "Long live," that he would invite the ministers and others to go to the Tongming Hall to perform a ceremony before going to the meeting. Following his words, I returned to the outside of Tongming Hall, but saw no long-lived dragon chariot and phoenix chariot.
又即来此嗣后，玉帝越发大惊道：“这厮假传旨意，转哄贤卿，快着纠察灵官稽访这厮踪迹。”灵官领旨，即出殿遍访，尽得其详细。
He came here in a hurry and waited for the Jade Emperor, who was even more shocked and said, "This guy is pretending to convey the decree to make money to coax the wise minister. Hurry and picket the spirit officers to search for this guy's traces." After receiving the order, the spiritual official immediately went out of the palace to visit and get all the details.
回奏道：“搅乱天宫者，乃其天大圣也。”又将前事尽诉一番。玉帝大恼，即差四大天王协同李天王并哪吒太子，点28宿，就要行官。
The one who disturbs the heavenly palace is the great sage Chitian. He told everything about the past. The Jade Emperor was greatly annoyed, so he sent the 4 heavenly kings to coordinate with King Li and Prince Neza to order the 28 constellations, 9 obsidian star officials.
12元辰五方揭谛，4支公曹，东西星斗，南北2神，5月4毒，普天星象，共10万天兵，布18架天罗地网，下界去花果山围困。
On the 12th day of the 12th Yuan dynasty, the 5 directions, the 4 levels of merit, the east and west stars, the 2 gods of the north and south, the 5 mountains and 4 mountains, and the universal stars, a total of 100,000 heavenly troops, laid out 18 heavenly and earth nets, and went to the Huagua mountain to besiege the lower realm.
定捉获那厮处之众神及时兴师，离了天宫。这一去，但见那黄风滚滚遮天暗，紫雾腾腾照地昏。只为妖猴欺上帝，致令众圣将凡尘。
When he was determined to capture the man and deal with the gods, he immediately mobilized his troops and left the heavenly palace. As soon as I left, I saw that the yellow wind rolled and covered the sky, and the purple mist covered the ground. He only deceives God for the monster monkey, causing all the saints to descend into the mortal world.
四大天王五方揭谛，四大天王全总制，五方揭谛调多兵。李托塔中军长号，厄哪吒前部先锋，罗侯星为头检点，嫉妒星随后峥嵘。
The four heavenly kings and the five parties reveal their power. The four heavenly kings control the system, and the five directions reveal and mobilize many troops. Li Tuoda, the commander of the Central Army, was the vanguard of the evil Neza. The monkey star is the first checkpoint, and the Jiddu star is the next one.
太阴星精神抖擞，太阳星照耀分明。五行星偏能豪杰，九曜星最喜相争。元辰星子午卯酉，一个个都是大力天丁。五温五月东西北。
The lunar star is full of energy and the sun star shines clearly. The five planets tend to be heroes, and the nine star likes to fight with each other the most. Yuan Shenxing Ziwu Mao Yu are all powerful heavenly beings. The five plagues and the five mountains are placed east and west.
六丁六甲左右行四毒龙神分上下，28宿密层层。角亢提防为总领，魁楼未卯冠翻腾。斗牛女虚威势必，心尾机星个个能。
Luding and Liujia line the left and right, and the four dragon gods are divided into upper and lower parts, with 28 places in each layer. The horny Di Fong is the general leader, and Kuei Lu's stomach is used to churning. The bullfighting girl is in danger of the walls of the room, and all the stars in her heart are capable.
景归柳星张翼枕抡枪舞剑显威灵，停云降雾临凡事，花果山前扎下营。诗曰：天产猴王变化多，偷丹偷酒乐山窝，只因搅乱蟠桃会。
The ghost in the well, Lu Xing, Zhang Yizhen showed his power by wielding a spear and dancing with a sword. The clouds stopped and fog descended upon the mortal world, and we set up camp in front of Huagua Mountain. The poem says, the natural monkey king has many changes, stealing elixirs and wine from Leshen's nest. Just for disrupting the Peach Club.
10万天兵不往罗，当时李天王传了令，着众天兵扎了营，把那花果山围得水泄不通，上下布了18架天罗地网，先差九曜恶星出战。
100,000 heavenly soldiers laying snares at that time. King Li Tian sent an order, and all the heavenly soldiers set up camp, completely surrounding the Huagua Mountain. 18 heavenly nets were laid up and down, and the 9 obsidian evil stars were sent to fight first.
九要即提兵进至洞外，只见那洞外大小群猴跳跃玩耍。星官厉声高叫道：“那小妖，你那大圣在那里？我等乃上界差调的天神。”
Jiu Yao immediately led his troops to the outside of the cave and saw a large group of monkeys jumping and playing outside the cave. Xingguan shouted loudly, "Little demon, where is your great sage? We are the gods from the upper realm."
到此想你这造反的大圣，叫他快快来归降，若到半个不字，叫汝等一概遭诛。那小妖慌忙传入道：“大圣，祸事了，祸事了。”
The great sage who is here to surrender you, the rebellious one, teach him to come back and surrender quickly. If you don't know a word of truth, you will all be punished. The little demon hurriedly said, "Great sage, something is in trouble." What a disaster!
外面有9个凶神，口称上界差来的天神，受降大圣。那大圣正与72洞妖王并4剑将分饮仙酒，一闻此报，公然不理道。
There are 9 fierce gods outside who claim to be gods sent from the upper world to surrender the great sage. The great sage was drinking fairy wine with the 72 cave demon kings and the 4 strong generals. When he heard about this retribution, he openly ignored him.
今朝有酒今朝醉，莫管门前是与非。说不了，一起小妖又跳来道：“那9个凶神恶言泼语，在门前骂站里。”大圣笑道：“莫睬他。”
If you are drunk now, don't worry about what is right and wrong in front of the door. Unable to say anything, the little demon jumped up again and said, "Those 9 fierce gods are yelling and scolding in front of the door." The great sage smiled and said, "Don't pick him."
19且图，今日乐公明修问几时成？说犹未了，又一起小妖来报：“爷爷，那9个凶神已把门打破，杀进来也。”大圣怒道：“这泼毛神！”
Poems, wine, and pictures are about today's happiness, fame, and fame. Don't ask when it will be completed. Before he could finish talking, another little demon came to report, "Grandpa." The 9 fierce gods had broken down the door and came in. The great sage said angrily, "This hair-throwing god."
老大无礼，本待不与他计较，如何上门来欺我？即命独角鬼王领率72洞妖王出阵，老孙领4剑将随后。那鬼王即率妖兵出门迎敌。
The boss is so rude that I don't care about him, so how can he come to bully me? The one-horned ghost king is ordered to lead the 72 cave demon kings out into battle. Lao's son led the 4 strong generals to follow. The Ghost King quickly went out to meet the enemy with his handsome demon soldiers.
却被九妖恶星一起掩杀，抵住在铁板桥头，莫能得出。正嚷间，大圣到了，叫一声开路，撤开铁棒，晃一晃，碗来粗细，丈二长短。
However, they were blocked by the evil stars of Jiu Yao and stood at the end of the iron bridge, so they couldn't figure it out. While they were shouting, the great sage arrived and shouted, "Open the way! Open the iron rod and reveal the thickness of the bowl and the length of 2 feet."
丢开架子，打将出来。九曜星那个赶底一时打退。那九曜星立住阵势道：“你这不知死活的弼马温，你犯了10恶之罪，先偷桃，后偷酒。”
Throw away the heirs and fight him out. The one from Jiaoxing dared to attack, but was immediately repulsed. The Jiu Yaoxing stood up and said, "You Baimuan, you do not know life or death. You have committed the 10 evil sins. First steal the peach, then steal the wine."
搅乱了蟠桃大会，又窃了老君仙丹，又将御酒偷来此处享乐。你罪上加罪，岂不知之？大圣笑道：“这几桩事，实有，实有。”
He disrupted the peach conference, stole Lao Juan's elixir, and stole the royal wine to enjoy himself here. Don't you know that you are adding more sin to sin? The great sage smiled and said, "These things are true and true."
但如今你怎么九曜星到？无奉玉帝金旨，率众到此收降你。快早皈依，免教这些生灵纳命，不然就洗平了此山，掀翻了此洞也。
But why are you now? Jiu Yaoxing said, "I have the Jade Emperor's golden decree, and the commanders are here to surrender you. Take refuge as soon as possible to avoid teaching these creatures to accept their fate. Otherwise, this mountain will be leveled and this cave will be overturned."
大圣大怒道：“亮，你这些毛神有何法力赶出浪眼？不要走，请吃老孙一棒！”这九曜星一起踊跃，那美猴王不惧分毫，抡起金箍棒。
The great sage was furious and asked, "What kind of magic power do you, these hairy gods, dare to make lies? Don't leave, please give Lao's son a stick." The 9 stars were all excited together. The Monkey King was not afraid of anything and picked up the golden cudgel.
左遮右挡，把那九曜星战得筋疲力软，一个个倒脱器械，败阵而走。即入中军帐下，对托塔天王道：“那猴王果十分骁勇，我等战他不过。”
Blocking left and right, the Jiu Yaoxing was exhausted from the battle. They dragged their weapons backward one by one and fled in defeat. They hurried into the tent of the Central Army and said to King Toda, "That monkey king is very brave. I can't fight him."
败阵来了，李天王急调四大天王与28宿一路出师来斗。大圣也公然不惧，调出独角鬼王、72洞妖王与4个健将。
When the defeat came, Li Tianwang immediately mobilized the 4 heavenly kings and the 28 stars to fight all the way. The great sage was also openly unafraid and summoned the one-horned ghost king, the 72 cave demon king and 4 powerful generals.
就于洞门外列成阵势，你看这场混战，好惊人也！寒风飒飒，怪物吟吟。那碧香旌旗飞彩，这碧香歌戟生辉。滚滚窥明，层层甲亮。
They formed a formation outside the cave door and looked at the melee. It was so shocking. The cold wind was blowing and the strange fog was overcast. The flags in that wall are flying, and the swords and halberds in this wall are shining brightly. The rolling helmet is bright, and the layers of armor are bright.
滚滚窥明映太阳，如撞天的银磬，层层甲亮气岩崖，似压地的冰山。大杆刀，飞云掣电杵白枪，渡雾穿云。方天戟，虎眼鞭。
The rolling helmet reflects the sun like a silver chime hitting the sky. The layers of armor shining on the rock cliffs look like icebergs pressing down on the ground. The big knife can fly through the clouds and ignite the lightning. The white spear can cut through the mist and penetrate the clouds. Square Tianji, Tiger Eye Whip.
马林百列，青铜剑4名铲，密数排阵。弯弓硬弩雕灵剑，短棍蛇矛邪了魂。大圣一条如意棒，翻来覆去战天神。杀得那空中无鸟过。
They are arranged in a forest of hemp trees. Bronze swords and shovels are arranged around them, and dense trees are arranged in formation. The bow is bent and the crossbow is carved with feathers and arrows, and the short stick and snake spear hold the soul. The great sage has a wish-fulfilling stick, tossing and turning against the gods. Killing no birds in the sky.
山内虎狼奔扬沙走时，乾坤黑波土飞尘宇宙昏。只听冰冰扑扑惊天地，飒飒微微震鬼神。这一场自辰时布阵，混杀到日落西山。
Tigers and wolves are running around in the mountains. Sand is flying, rocks are flying, the universe is black, soil is flying, dust is flying, and the universe is dim. Just listen to the sounds of soldiers swooping in and out, shaking the world and shaking the ghosts and gods with their terrifying power. This battle started at Chin time and the battle continued until sunset.
那独角鬼王与72洞妖怪尽被众天神捉拿去了，只走了4剑将与那群猴深藏在水帘洞底。这大圣一条棒。
The one-horned ghost king and the 72 cave monsters were captured by the gods. The 4 generals and the group of monkeys stopped and hid deep in the water curtain cave. This great sage has a stick.
抵住了4大天神与里托塔哪吒太子聚在半空中沙沟多时，大圣见天色将晚，即把毫毛一把丢在口中，嚼碎了，喷将出去，叫声。
After resisting the 4 gods and princely Tuoda and Neza, they were all in midair. After a long time of killing, the great sage saw that it was getting late, so he plucked a handful of hairs, threw them into his mouth, chewed them up, sprayed them out, and screamed.
便就变了千百个大圣，都使的是金箍棒，打退了哪吒太子，战败了5个天王。大圣得胜，收了毫毛，即转身回洞，早又见铁板桥头。
He transformed into hundreds of great sages, all wielding golden cudgels, and defeated Prince Neza and defeated 5 heavenly kings. The great sage was victorious and collected his hair. He quickly turned around and returned to the cave. He had already seen the iron bridge head again.
4个剑将领众寇迎那大众，哽哽咽咽大哭3声，又嘻嘻哈哈大笑3声。大圣道：“汝等见了我，又哭又笑，何也？” 4剑将道
For strong generals led the crowd and kowtowed to welcome the crowd, choked with sobs and cried 3 times, and laughed 3 times. The great sage said, "When you see me, you cry and laugh." Why? The 4 masters said.
今早率众将与天王交战，把72洞妖王与独角鬼王尽被众神捉了。我等逃生，故此该哭。这见大圣得胜回来，未曾伤损，故此该笑。
This morning, the handsome generals fought with the King of Heaven, and all the demon kings of the 72 caves and the one-horned ghost king were captured by the gods. We escaped, so we should cry. Seeing that the great sage came back victorious and unharmed, he should laugh.
大圣道胜负乃兵家之常。古人云：杀人1万，自损3000。况捉了去的头目，乃是虎豹狼虫、欢章狐之类。我同类者未伤一个。
Victory or defeat in the great sage way is a matter of military strategists. The ancients said, if you kill 10,000 people, you will lose 3,000 people. The leaders we captured were tigers, leopards, wolves, badgers, roebucks, foxes, and the like. None of my kind was injured.
何须烦恼他虽被我使个分身法杀退，他还要安营在我山脚下。我等且紧紧防守，饱食一顿，安心睡觉，养养精神。
Why bother? Even though I used a clone to kill him, he still wants to camp at the foot of my mountain. I will wait and defend closely, eat well, sleep peacefully, and nourish my spirit.
天明看我使个大神通拿这些天将与众报仇。四将与众侯将椰酒吃了几碗，安心睡觉不提。那四大天王收兵霸占，众个报功。
At dawn, I will use my magical power to take down these generals and take revenge on everyone. The fourth general and the monkeys drank several bowls of coconut wine and slept peacefully. The four heavenly kings withdrew their troops and stopped fighting, and everyone reported their merits.
有拿住虎豹的，有拿住狮象的，有拿住狼虫狐的，更不曾捉着一个猴精。当时果右安元营，下大寨，赏了得功之将。
Some held tigers and leopards, some held lions and elephants, and some held wolves, insects, and foxes. Never caught a monkey spirit. At that time, Gua settled his camp again and went down to Dazai to reward the generals who had achieved great success.
吩咐了天罗地网之兵，个个提铃喝号，围困了花果山，专待明早大战。个人得令，一处处紧守。此正是妖猴作乱惊天地。
He ordered the soldiers of the dragnet to ring their bells and shout their shouts, and surrounded Huagua Mountain, waiting for the battle tomorrow morning. Everyone has orders and must obey them everywhere. This is exactly what happened. The demon monkey caused chaos and shocked the world.
不枉张罗昼夜看，毕竟天晓后如何处置，且听下回分解。第6回观音复会问原因，小圣施威降大圣，且不言天神围绕，大圣安歇。
We set up the net day and night to see how it will be dealt with after dawn, and we will listen to the explanation next time. In the 6th chapter, Guanyin went to the meeting and asked the reason. The little sage showed his power and surrendered to the great sage without saying anything. God surrounded him, and the great sage rested in peace.
画表南海普陀珞珈山，大慈大悲救苦救难灵感观世音菩萨，自王母娘娘请赴蟠桃大会，与大徒弟晦暗行者同登宝阁瑶池。
The words indicate that Guanxian Bodhisattva, the great merciful and compassionate rescuer of the suffering people in Putuo Luogjia Mountain in the South China Sea, was invited by the Queen Mother to go to the Peach Conference. He and his great disciple Huiyan Xingzhe climbed to the Baoge Yao Qi together.
见那里荒荒凉凉，席面残乱，虽有几位天仙拒不就坐，都在那里乱纷纷讲论。菩萨与众仙相见毕，众仙备言前世。菩萨道：既无盛会。
I saw that the place was desolate and the tables were in disarray. Although there were several immortals, they were all not seated, but they were all talking in confusion. After the Bodhisattva and the immortals met each other, the immortals prepared to talk about their previous affairs. The Bodhisattva said, "Since there is no grand meeting,
又不传卑汝等，可跟贫僧去见玉帝。众仙怡然随往，至通明殿前，早有四大天师、赤脚大仙等众聚在此，迎着菩萨，即到玉帝烦恼。
If you don't pass the cup, you can go with the poor monk to see the Jade Emperor." All the immortals followed happily. Arriving in front of the Tongming Hall, the four heavenly masters, the barefoot immortal and others were already here, greeting the Bodhisattva, the Tao Jade Emperor, and said,
"调遣天兵秦怪未回等因。菩萨道：我要见见玉帝，凡为转奏。天师邱弘济即入凌霄宝殿，启之宣入。时有太上老君在上。
He dispatched heavenly soldiers to capture monsters but failed to return. The Bodhisattva said, "I want to see the Jade Emperor, and I am troubled by Zhuanzhua." Tianshi Qiu Hongji immediately entered the Lingshao Hall and announced his entry. "Sometimes the Supreme Lord is here."
"王母娘娘在后菩萨引众同入里面，与玉帝礼毕，又与老君、王母相见，各坐下，便问蟠桃盛会如何。玉帝道：每年请会。
The Queen Mother followed the Bodhisattva and led everyone inside. After paying homage to the Jade Emperor, she met the Lao Jun and the Queen Mother, and each sat down. Then he asked, "How about the Peach Festival?" The Jade Emperor said, "We invite you to meet every year."
"喜喜欢欢，今年被妖猴作乱，甚是虚妖也。菩萨道：妖猴是何出处？玉帝道：妖猴乃东胜神州傲来国花果山石卵化生的，当时生出。
I like it. It is a false invitation to be caused by the monster monkey this year. The Bodhisattva said, "Where did the monster monkey come from?" The Jade Emperor said, "The demon monkey was born from the stone eggs of the Huagua Mountain in the Aolai Kingdom of Dongxing Shenzhou. Was born at that time."
即木运金光射冲豆腐，使不介意，继而成精，降龙伏虎，自削死籍。当有龙王、阎王启奏，朕欲擒拿，是长庚星起奏道，三界之间。
That is to say, the golden light shot towards Doe Mansion. He doesn't mind at first, but then he becomes a master, subdues the dragon and subdues the tiger, and kills himself. When the Dragon King and the King of Hell start to play. I wanted to capture him, but Chang Gingxing said, between the three realms.
凡有九窍者，可以成仙。朕及时教育贤，宣他上界，封为御马监弼马温官。那厮嫌物官小，反了天宫，即差李天王与哪吒太子收降。
Anyone with 9 orifices can become an immortal. I immediately educated the virtuous, declared them to be in the upper realm, and named them Yuma Jian by Ma Wenguan. The guy disliked the junior officials and rebelled against the heavenly palace. That is to say, King Li Tian and Prince Neza were sent to surrender.
又将赵府安宣至上界，就封他做个齐天大圣，只是有官无禄。他因没事干管理，东游西荡。朕又恐别生事端，这他代管蟠桃园。
He also sent an edict to appease Anshuan and promoted him to the upper realm, and made him the great sage equal to heaven, but he had an official position but no salary. Because he had nothing to do in management, he wandered around. I was afraid of causing trouble, so I asked him to take care of Pantoiwan.
他又不遵法律，将老树大桃进行偷吃，极致社会，他乃无路人缘，不曾请他。他就设计专哄赤脚大仙，却自便他相貌入会。
He also disobeyed the law and secretly ate the big peaches from the old trees. When it came time to hold a meeting, he was an unpaid member of staff and was not invited. He planned to make money with the barefoot immortal, but changed his appearance to join the society.
将仙小仙酒尽偷吃了，又偷老君仙丹，又偷御酒若干，去与本山众猴享乐。朕心为此烦恼，故调10万天兵，天罗地网收服。
He ate all the immortal wine, stole Lao Juan's elixir, and some royal wine, and went to have fun with the monkeys in this mountain. My heart is troubled by this, so I mobilized 100,000 heavenly troops to subdue him with heavenly and earthly nets.
这一日不见回报，不知胜负如何。菩萨闻言，即命会案行者道：“你可快下天宫，到花果山打探军情如何。如遇相敌，可就相助一功。”
There is no reward for this day, and I don't know whether I will win or lose. When the Bodhisattva heard the words, he immediately ordered Huyan Xingji to say, "You can quickly go down to the heavenly palace and go to the Huagua mountain to find out how the military situation is. If you encounter enemies, you can help each other."
务必的石回化晦暗行者整整一群，执一条铁棍，驾云离却，径至山前。见那天罗地网，密密层层，各营门提铃喝号。
The traveler on Huyan straightened his clothes, held an iron rod, and rode the clouds away from the palace to the front of the mountain. Seeing the sky and the earth, the nets are densely layered, and the gates of each camp are ringing bells and shouting.
将那山围绕的水泄不通，会按立住教，把营门的天丁烦你传报，我乃李天王二太子木吒，南海观音大徒弟惠岸，特来打探军情。
Huyan, who was surrounded by water that was impenetrable to the mountain, stood up and called, "Tian Ding, who is guarding the gate of the camp, please tell me. I am Mu Jia, the second prince of Li Tianwang, Huyan, the great disciple of Guanyin in the South China Sea. I am here to inquire about the military situation."
那营里5月神兵即传入辕门之内，早有戌日鼠、卯日鸡、辛日马、房日兔，将言传到中军帐下。李天王发下令旗，叫开天罗地网。
The divine soldiers from the 5 mountains in that camp were introduced into the camp gate. There had already been Su's son Rat, Pleiades' son Rooster, Xing's son Horse, and Fang's son Rabbit, who had spread the word to the Chinese army tent. King Li Tian issued an order to open the heaven and earth net.
放他进来。此时东方才亮，晦暗随其进入，见4大天王与李天王下拜。拜泣，李天王道：“孩儿，你自那乡来者？”晦暗道：
When he was let in, it was only bright in the east. Huyan entered with the flag and saw the 4 heavenly kings and Li Tianwang bowing down. After paying homage, King Li Tian said, "My child, where did you come from?" Huyan rode.
于南随菩萨赴蟠桃会，菩萨见盛会荒凉，瑶池寂寞，引众仙并于南去见玉帝。玉帝被言父王等下界收服妖猴，一日不见回报，胜负未知。
The foolish man followed the Bodhisattva to the peach fair. The Bodhisattva saw that the Shenghui was desolate and the Yao Qi was lonely, so he led the immortals and the foolish man to see the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor prepares to say that his father and the others in the lower realms have subdued the monster monkey, but there will be no reward for a day, and the outcome is unknown.
菩萨因命于南，到此打听虚实。李天王道：“ 昨日到此安营下寨，这九曜星挑战，被这厮大弄神通，九曜星俱败走而回。后我等亲自提兵。
The Bodhisattva ordered the foolish man to come here to inquire about the truth. Li Tianwang said, "Yesterday, we set up camp here and challenged Jiu Yaoxing. This man used his magical powers and all Jiu Yaoxing were defeated and returned. Later we will personally raise the troops."
那厮也排开阵势，我等10万天兵与他混战至晚，他使个分身法战退。即收兵查勘时，只捉得些狼虫虎豹之类，不曾捉得他半个妖猴。
That guy also lined up a formation and we waited for 100,000 heavenly soldiers to fight with him until late at night. He used a clone method to retreat. When the troops were withdrawn to investigate, they only caught some wolves, insects, tigers and leopards, but not even half a demon monkey.
今日还未出战，说不了。只见辕门外有人来报道，那大圣引一群猴精在外面叫战。四大天王与李天王并太子正义出兵。木叉道：“父王
I can't say that I haven't gone out to fight today, but I saw someone coming outside the camp gate to report. The great sage led a group of monkey spirits to call for war outside. The 4 heavenly kings, Li Tianwang and the prince were discussing sending troops. Mu Cha said, "Father."
于南蒙菩萨吩咐下来打探消息，就说若遇战时，可助一功。今不才愿往，看他怎么个大胜。天王道：“孩儿，你随菩萨修行这几年。”
The foolish man was ordered by the Bodhisattva to come down to inquire about the news, and said that if there was a war, he could help. I am not willing to go there now, just to see what a great sage he is. The King of Heaven said, "My child, you have been practicing with the Bodhisattva these past few years.
“想必也有些神通，切须在意。”好太子双手抡着铁棍，束一束袖衣，跳出辕门，高叫：“那个是齐天大圣！”大圣挺如意棒，应声道
There must be some magical powers that you should be aware of. The good prince held an iron rod in both hands, bundled up a bunch of embroidered clothes, jumped out of the camp gate, and shouted, "Is that the Monkey King?" The great sage held his wishful stick and responded,
老孙便是你是神人，辄敢问我？”木叉道：“吾乃李天王第2太子木叉，今在观音菩萨宝座前为徒弟护教，法名晦暗是也。”大圣道
Lao son, who are you? How dare you ask me? Mu Cha said, I am Mu Cha, the second prince of King Li Tian. I am now protecting my disciples in front of the throne of Guanyin Bodhisattva. My Dharma name is Huiyan, the great sage.
你不在南海修行，却来此见我作甚？木叉道：我蒙师父差来打探军情，见你这般猖獗，特来擒你。大圣道：你敢说那等大话，且休走。
Why do you come here to see me when you are not practicing in Nanhai? Mu Cha said, I was sent by my master to inquire about the military situation. Seeing that you are so rampant, I came here to capture you. The great sage said, If you dare to say such big words, please stop leaving.
“赤老孙这一棒木叉全然不惧，是铁棒劈手相迎。他两个立那半山中辕门外，这场好斗，棍虽对棍铁各异，兵纵交兵人不同。”
Qi Lao's son was not afraid of the wooden fork, and he met the iron rod with both hands. The two of them stood in the middle of the mountain, outside the camp gate, and there was a good fight. Although the sticks and irons were different, the soldiers were different from each other.
一个是太乙散仙呼大圣，一个是观音徒弟郑元龙。混铁棍乃千锤打，六丁六甲运神功，如意棒是天河定，镇海神针法力宏。
One is Tai Sangxianhu, great sage, and the other is Zhengyi Wanlong, a disciple of Guanyin. The iron rod is made of thousands of hammers, and the 6 pieces and 6 armors are used to transport the gods. The wish-fulfilling stick is the Tianheding, and the sea-suppressing treasure is powerful.
两个相逢真对手，往来解数实无穷。这个的阴手棍万千凶，绕腰贯锁急如风；那个的夹枪棒不放空，左遮右挡怎相容？那阵上旌旗闪闪。
There are endless solutions to the interactions between two true rivals. This man's cudgel is full of evil, and the rope around his waist is as fast as the wind. That man's gun and stick are not free, so how can he block the left and right? The flags on the array were shining brightly.
这阵上驼骨咚咚万元天，将团团绕，一动妖猴簇簇从。怪物愁云漫地府，狼烟煞气射天宫。左朝混战还有可，今日争持更有凶。
In this formation, thousands of heavenly generals are surrounded by drums and drums, and there are clusters of monster monkeys in the cave. Strange fog and sorrowful clouds fill the underworld, and wolf smoke and evil energy shoot into the palace of heaven. Yesterday's melee was still okay, but today's quarrel is even more fierce.
堪羡猴王真本事，木叉复败又逃生。这大圣与晦暗战经5、60合， 晦暗臂膊酸麻，不能迎敌，虚晃一晃，败阵而走。大圣也收了侯兵。
It is admirable that the Monkey King is really capable of Mucha defeating and escaping again. This great sage and Huiyan's battle scriptures were 50 or 60 years old. Huiyan's arms were sore and numb, and he could not face the enemy. He used a false pretense and fled in defeat. The great sage also accepted the monkey soldiers.
安扎在洞门之外，只见天王营门外，大小天兵接住了太子，让开大路，进入辕门，对四天王李托塔、哪吒气哈哈的喘息未定。
Anza was standing outside the cave gate and saw outside the gate of the heavenly king's camp. The large and small heavenly soldiers caught the prince, moved out of the way, and walked into the camp gate. He said to the four heavenly kings, Li Tuoda and Neza, heaving angrily,
好大圣，好大圣！着实神通广大，孩儿战不过，有败阵而来也。李天王见了心惊，即命写表求助，便差大力鬼王与木叉太子上天启奏。
What a great saint! What a great saint! It is true that the magical powers are so vast that the child cannot fight, and he comes defeated again. King Li Tian was frightened when he saw it, so he ordered him to write a petition asking for help, and then sent the powerful Ghost King and Prince Mucha to heaven to start the memorial.
二人当时不敢停留，闯出天罗地网，驾起瑞霭祥云。须臾，径至通明殿下，见了四大天师，引至凌霄宝殿，呈上表彰。
The two of them did not dare to stop and break out of the dragnet, riding on the auspicious mist and auspicious clouds. After a while, I walked to His Highness Tongming and saw the four great heavenly masters. They were led to the Lingshao Hall and presented the seal.
晦暗又见菩萨施礼，菩萨道：“你打探的如何？”晦暗道：“使领命到花果山，叫开天罗地网门，见了父亲，道师父差命之意。”父王道：
Huiyan saw the Bodhisattva salute again and said, "How did you find out?" Huiyan said, "I first took the order to Huagua Mountain, opened the Tianluo Diwan gate, met my father, and told him the master's message." The father said,
昨日与那猴王战了一场，只捉得他虎豹狮象之类，更未捉他一个猴精。正讲间，他又所战，是弟子使铁棍与他战经50-60合。
Yesterday, I had a battle with the Monkey King, and I only managed to capture tigers, leopards, lions, and elephants, not to mention a single monkey spirit from him. During the lecture, he asked for a battle again. It was the disciple who made the iron rod match his battle sutra 50 or 60 times.
不能取胜，败走回营。父亲因此差大力鬼王同弟子上界求助，菩萨低头思忖。却说玉帝拆开表彰，见有求助之言，笑道：“颇耐这个猴精。”
You can't win or lose and go back to camp. Therefore, my father sent the powerful Ghost King and his disciples to the world for help. The Bodhisattva lowered his head and thought. But it was said that the Jade Emperor opened the watch and saw someone asking for help. He smiled and said, "This monkey spirit is so annoying."
"能有多大手段，就敢敌过10万天兵？李天王又来求助，却将那路神兵助之。言未毕，观音合掌启奏：“陛下宽心，贫僧举一神，可擒这猴。”
How powerful can you be to defeat 100,000 heavenly soldiers? King Li Tian came to ask for help again, but he helped him with that magic weapon. Before he finished speaking, Guanyin put his palms together and began to play, "Your Majesty, please be patient. The poor monk can catch this monkey with a single move of his heart."
玉帝道：“所举者何神？”菩萨道：“乃陛下令生显圣二郎真君，建居灌州灌江口，享受下方香火。他昔日曾力诛6怪。”
Who is the god mentioned by the Jade Emperor? The Bodhisattva said, "Your Majesty ordered your nephew, Xian Xing Erlang Zhenjuan, to live in Guangzhou at the mouth of Guanjiang River, enjoying the incense below. He used to kill 6 monsters.
又有眉山兄弟与帐前1200草头神通广大，奈他只是听调不听宣，陛下可降一道调兵旨意，trợ他助力，便可擒也。玉帝闻言。
There are also the Maishan brothers and the 1,200 grass-headed gods in front of the tent. However, he just listened to the instructions but not the announcement. Your Majesty can send a decree to mobilize troops, and with his help, he can be captured. The Jade Emperor heard this.
即传调兵的旨意，就差大力鬼王调。那鬼王领了旨，即驾起云，径至灌江口，不消半个时辰，直至真君之庙。
That is to say, the order to mobilize troops is short of the powerful Ghost King. After receiving the order, the Ghost King immediately rode up the clouds and walked to the mouth of Guanjiang River. In less than half an hour, he reached the temple of the true king.
早有把门的鬼判传报至里道外有天使，蓬旨而至。二郎即与众弟兄出门迎接旨意，焚香开读。 旨意上云：花果山妖猴齐天大圣作乱。
The ghost judge guarding the door had already reported that there were angels inside and outside the door, arriving with the decree. Erlang and his brothers went out to meet the decree, burned incense, and started reading. The decree goes up. The monkey in Huagua Mountain is causing chaos.
因在宫偷桃偷酒偷丹，搅乱蟠桃大会，见着10万天兵，一是8架天罗地网，围山收服，未曾得胜。
Because he stole peaches, wine, and elixirs in the palace, he disrupted the peach gathering. He saw 100,000 heavenly soldiers and 18 heavenly and earthly nets surrounding the mountains to ambush him, but he never won.
金特调贤生同义兄弟即赴花果山助力剿除成功之后，高声重赏。真君大喜道：“天师请回，吾当就去拔刀相助也。”鬼王回奏不提。
Today, the virtuous nephews and brothers are specially assigned to go to Huagua Mountain to help with the eradication. After the success, they will be rewarded with high promotions. The true king was overjoyed and said, "Please come back, angel. I will draw my sword and help you." The ghost king echoes without question.
这真君即唤眉山6兄弟，乃康章、姚、李4太尉、郭申，直见2将军，聚集殿前道：“适才玉帝调遣我等往花果山收降妖猴，同去来。”
The true king immediately called the 6 brothers of Maishan, namely, Kang Zhang, Yao, and Li Taiwei, and the 2 generals Guoshen and Zhijian, to gather in front of the palace and said, "Just now, the Jade Emperor has sent us to the Huagua Mountain to capture the monster monkeys, and come with us."
众兄弟俱欣然愿往极点本部神兵，驾鹰牵犬，搭弩张弓，纵狂风，霎时过了东洋大海，径至花果山。见那天罗地网密密层层。
All the brothers were eager to go and immediately ordered the magic soldiers of their headquarters, riding eagles and dogs, setting up crossbows and stretching their bows, riding the strong wind, and in an instant they crossed the eastern sea and reached the Huagua Mountain. See the dense network of heaven and earth.
不能前进，因教导，把天罗地网的神将听着，吾乃2郎显圣真君，蒙玉帝调来，擒拿妖猴者，快开营门放行。一时，各神意层层传入。
He couldn't move forward because he shouted, "The God General who put the heaven and earth net is listening. I am Erlang Xian Shengshenjin, who was sent by the Jade Emperor to capture the monster monkey. Please open the camp gate quickly and let him go." For a while, each god came in one layer at a time.
四大天王与李天王俱出辕门迎接相见毕，问及胜败之事。天王姜尚像是被沉一遍。真君笑道：“小圣来此，必须与他斗个变化。”
The four heavenly kings and Li Tianwang all came out of the camp gate to greet each other. When asked about victory or defeat, the heavenly king prepared the above matter. Zhenjuan smiled and said, "When the little sage comes here, he must fight for a change."
列公将天罗地网不要慢了，顶上指四围紧密，让我赌斗。若我输与他，不必列公相助，我自有兄弟扶持；若赢了他，也不必列公绑缚。
The princes removed the curtains of the dragnet and closed it tightly on all sides, allowing me to gamble and fight. If I lose to him, I don't need help from other nobles. I have my own brothers to support me. If I win against him, I don't need to be tied up by other nobles.
我自有兄弟动手，只请托塔天王与我使个照妖镜，伫立空中，恐他一时败阵，逃窜他方，切须与我照耀明白，误走了他。天王各居四围。
I have my own brother to ask the king of Toda to make a demon-looking mirror with me and stand it in the sky. I am afraid that he will be defeated for a moment and flee to another place. You must make it clear to me and don't leave him. The heavenly kings each live in the fourth dimension.
众天兵各挨排列阵，去气这真君领着四太尉、二将军，连本身七兄弟出营挑战，吩咐众将紧守营盘，收全了鹰犬。众草头神得令。
All the heavenly soldiers lined up one by one to finish. The true king led the 4 lieutenants, the 2nd general, and 7 of his brothers out of the camp to challenge him. He ordered the generals to guard the camp and collect all the hawks and dogs. All the grass-headed gods got the order.
真君只到那水帘洞外见那一群猴，齐齐整整排做个盘龙阵势。中军里立一杆旗，上书其天大圣4字。真君道：“那泼妖。”
Zhenjuan only went to the water curtain cave and saw the group of monkeys all arranged in a dragon formation. A flag was erected in the central army, and the 4 characters of the great sage Qitian were written on it. Zhenjuan said, "That demon."
怎么称得起齐天之职？眉山六地道，且休赞叹，叫战去来。那营口小猴见了真君，急走去报之。那猴王急撤金箍棒，整黄金甲。
How can he be worthy of the title of Qi Tian? The 6th brother of Maishan said, "Don't praise me for a while. Let's fight." When the little monkey from Inko saw the true king, he hurried to report the news. The Monkey King immediately took the golden hoop and trimmed the golden armor.
登步云履岸，一岸紫金冠，腾出营门，即睁睛观看。那真君的相貌果是清奇，打扮的又秀气，真个是仪容清俊貌堂堂。
He climbed up to the clouds and pressed the purple gold crown, vacated the gate of the camp, and opened his eyes eagerly to see that the true king had a strange appearance and was dressed delicately. The real thing is, clean and handsome appearance.
“两耳垂肩目，有光头戴三山飞凤帽，身穿一领淡鹅黄，履金靴衬盘龙袜，玉带团花八宝装，腰挎弹弓新月样，手执三尖两刃枪。”
His ears are lopped, his shoulders are bald, he wears a three-mountain flying phoenix hat, and he wears a light yellow collar. The gold boots are lined with dragon socks, and the jade belt is decorated with 8 treasures of flowers. He has a crescent-shaped slingshot on his waist and a 3-pointed two-edged gun in his hand.
“斧劈桃山，曾就牡丹打宗罗双凤凰，丽珠八怪声名远，一结眉山七圣行。心高不认天家眷，性傲归神助灌江。赤诚昭会英灵圣。”
The axe that split Taushan once saved the mother bomb and hit the Brown and Luo twin phoenixes. He is famous for his ability to kill the 8 monsters, and is sworn to the 7 saints of Maishan. The heart is high and does not recognize the family members of heaven, and the nature is arrogant and returns to God to live in Guanjiang. Akajiake Ingsheng.
显化无边号二郎大圣见了，笑嘻嘻地将金箍棒撤起，高叫道：“你是何方小将，辄敢大胆到此挑战？”真君喝道：“你这厮有眼无珠！”
When the great sage Erlang of the boundless manifestations saw him, he picked up the golden cudgel with a smile and shouted, "Who are you, a young general, who dares to challenge you so boldly?" Jinjuan shouted, "You are blind and blind."
“认不得我们吾乃玉帝外甥，赤峰昭惠灵显王二郎是也。今蒙上命，到此擒你这造反天宫的弼马温猢狲，你还不知死活！”大圣道：“
Don't you recognize me? I am the Jade Emperor's nephew, and I was granted the imperial title of Zhaohui Lingxian Wang Erlang. Now I have been ordered to capture you, by Ma Wenshuan, who rebelled against the heavenly palace. You don't know whether you will live or die. The great sage.”
我记得当年玉帝妹子思凡下界配合杨君生一男子，曾使斧劈桃山的是你吗？我行要骂你几声，曾奈无甚冤仇，待要打你一棒。
I remember when the Jade Emperor's sister Sifan went down to the realm to cooperate with Yang Jun and gave birth to a boy. She used an axe to chop the Peach Mountain. Was it you? I want to scold you a few times, but Xingnai has no hatred when I want to give you a blow.
可惜了你的性命，你这郎君小辈，可急急回去唤你四大天王出来。真君闻言，心中大怒道：“泼猴，休得无礼，痴无一任。”
It's a pity that your life will be spared. You, the young gentleman, should hurry back and call the 4 heavenly kings out of you. When the true king heard this, he was furious and said, "Monkey, don't be rude, just take my blade."
大圣侧身躲过，急举金箍棒，劈手相还。他两个这场好杀，招会二郎神、齐天孙大圣。这个心高气敌美猴王，那个面生鸭腹真凉冻。
The great sage turned sideways to dodge and quickly raised his golden cudgel, then struck back with his hands. The two of them are easy to kill, Erlang Shen Jiaohui and Sun Dashing Qitian. This one has a high heart and bullies the enemy Monkey King, and the other one has the face to overwhelm the real Yang Dong.
两个乍相逢，个人皆笃星。从来未识浅和深，今日方知轻与重。铁棒赛飞龙，神风如舞凤。左挡右攻，前迎后应。
When the two met for the first time, everyone was excited. I have never known the shallow and the deep, but now I know the light and the heavy. The iron rod is like a flying dragon, and the sharp edge is like a dancing phoenix. Block with the left and attack with the right, greet in front and reflect in the back.
这镇上眉山六弟助威风，那镇上马刘四将传军令，摇旗擂鼓个齐心，呐喊筛锣都助兴。两个钢刀有剑机，一来一往无私缝。
In this formation, the 6th brother of Maishan came to cheer Feng. In that formation, the 4 generals of Maliu passed on military orders. Waving flags and beating drums all work in unison, shouting and sifting gongs to add to the fun. The 2 steel knives saw the opportunity and moved back and forth without any gaps.
金箍棒是海中真变化，飞腾能取胜。若还身慢命该休，但要插翅为蹭蹬。真君与大圣斗经300余合，不知胜负。那真君抖擞神威。
The golden cudgel is a treasure in the sea that can change and fly to victory. If you return and your life is slow, you should take a break, but you should avoid stepping on it. The true king and the great sage have been fighting for more than 300 years, but they don't know the outcome. That true king is showing off his divine power. The golden cudgel is a treasure in the sea that can change and fly to victory. If you return and your life is slow, you should take a break, but you should avoid stepping on it. The true king and the great sage have been fighting for more than 300 years, but they don't know the outcome. That true king is showing off his divine power.
摇身一变，变得身高万丈，两只手举着三尖两刃神锋，好变似华山顶上之峰，青脸獠牙，朱红头发，恶狠狠，望大圣着头就砍。
He transformed into a tall man, holding up a three-pointed and two-edged magic blade with both hands, which looked like the peak on the top of Huashan Mountain. He had a green face and fangs, and red hair. He was so vicious that he looked to behead the great sage and chop him off.
这大圣也使神通变得与二郎身躯一样，嘴脸一般，举一条如意金箍棒，却就是昆仑顶上擎天之柱，抵住二郎神。夏德纳玛。
This great sage also used his magical power to have the same body and face as Erlang. He raised a wishful golden cudgel, which turned out to be the pillar of heaven on top of Kunlun, resisting Erlang God. Get that horse.
刘元帅战兢兢摇步的旌旗崩，八二将虚怯怯使不得刀剑。这镇上，康、张、姚、李、郭申执剑传号令，撒放草头神。
Marshal Liu was so frightened that he could not wave his flag. Generals Bang and Ba were so timid that they could not wield their swords. In this formation, Kang, Zhang, Yao, Li, Guoshen, and Zhi Jian gave orders and released the grass-headed gods.
向他那水帘洞外纵着鹰犬搭弩张弓，一起掩杀。可怜冲散妖猴四健将，捉拿灵怪二三千。那些猴抛戈弃甲，撇剑丢枪，跑的跑。
They set up hawks and dogs with crossbows and bows outside his water-curtained cave, and they all covered him up to kill him. Unfortunately, they dispersed the four masters of the demon monkeys and captured 2,000 or 3,000 ghosts. Those monkeys abandoned their weapons, armor, swords and spears, and ran away.
喊的喊上山的上山，归洞的归洞，好似夜猫惊宿鸟，飞洒满天星。众兄弟得胜不提，却说真君与大圣便做法天象地的规模，正斗时。
Those who shouted went up the mountain, and those who returned to the cave returned to the cave. Like a night owl frightening a bird, the sky is filled with stars. It doesn't matter if the brothers win. But it is said that the true king and the great sage changed to the scale of the heaven and earth, and when they were fighting,
大圣忽见本营中妖猴惊散，自觉心慌，收了法相，撤棒抽身就走。真君见他败走，大步赶上道：“那里走？趁早归降，饶你性命。”
The great sage suddenly saw the demonic monkeys in his camp dispersed in fright, and became panicked. He put away the Dharma image, drew his stick and left. Seeing that he was defeated, Zhenjun caught up with him and said, "Where are you going? Surrender as soon as possible and spare your life."
大圣不恋战，只请跑起。将进洞口，正撞着康、张、姚、李四太尉、郭申、执剑二将军一齐率众挡住道：“泼猴，那里走？大！”
The great sage does not like to fight but just runs. As they approached the entrance of the cave, they bumped into the four captains Kang, Zhang, Yao, and Li, and the two generals Guoshen and Zhijian. All the handsome men blocked the way. Monkey. Where to go? Big.
圣慌了手脚，就把金箍棒捏作绣花针，藏在耳内。摇身一变，便做个麻雀儿，飞在树梢头盯住。那六兄弟慌慌张张，前后寻觅不见。
The saint panicked, so he made an embroidery needle out of a golden hoop and hid it in his ear. Transformed into a sparrow, flying on the treetops. The six brothers were in a panic, looking back and forth and missing.
一齐吆喝道：“走了这猴精也！走了这猴精也！”正嚷处，真君到了，问兄弟们：“赶到那乡不见了？”众神道：“才在这里围住，就不见了。”
They all shouted, "Let this monkey spirit go! Gone is this monkey spirit!" While they were shouting, the true Lord arrived and asked, "Brothers, where did you go when you arrived?" The gods said, "They just surrounded us here, and then they disappeared."
二郎元睁凤目观，看见大圣变了麻雀，钉在树上，就收了法相，撇了神风，卸下弹弓，摇身一变，便做个药鹰儿，抖开翅，飞将去扑。
Erlang opened his eyes wide and saw the great sage turned into a sparrow and nailed to the tree. He put away the Dharma elephant, put aside the divine blade, and unloaded the slingshot. Transform yourself into a hawk, spread your wings, and fly towards you.
大圣现了，嗖的一翅飞起去，变作一只大雌老，冲天而去。二郎现了，几抖翎毛，摇身一变，变作一只大海鹤，钻上云霄来衔。
When the great sage saw him, he flew up with his wings, turned into a big stork, and soared into the sky. When Erlang saw it, he fluttered his feathers anxiously, transformed into a big sea crane, and climbed up into the sky to cry.
大圣又将身按下入涧中，变作一个鱼儿，翠入水内。二郎赶至涧边，不见踪迹，心中暗想道：这猢狲必然下水去也，定变作鱼虾之类。
The great sage pressed his body into the stream again, transformed into a fish, and immersed himself in the water. Erlang rushed to the edge of the stream, but there was no trace. I thought to myself, this Hosen will definitely go into the water and transform into a fish or shrimp.
等我再变，拿它裹一遍，便做个鱼婴儿，飘荡在下溜头波面上，等待片时。那大圣变鱼儿，顺水正游，忽现一只飞禽，似青药。
When I change again, I will change my mind again and transform into an osprey, floating on the surface of the waves, waiting for a while. The great sage turned into a fish and was swimming along the current. Suddenly he saw a bird. It looked like a blue harrier.
毛片不清，似鹭丝顶上无鹰，似老鹳，腿又不红，想是二郎变化了，等我哩。急转头，打个花就走。二郎看见到打花的鱼儿，似鲤鱼。
The hair is not green. It looks like a heron with no tassel on its head. It looks like an old stork. But its legs are not red. I think Erlang has changed and is waiting for me. Turn around quickly, slap a flower and leave. Erlang saw it and said, the fish that catches flowers looks like carp.
尾巴不红，似桂鱼；花鳞不见，似黑鱼。头上无星，似房鱼；腮上无针。它怎么现了，我就回去了。必然是那猴变的。赶上来。
The tail is not red. It looks like a mandarin fish with no flower scales. It looks like a black fish, with no stars on its head. It looks like a bream, with no needles on its gills. Why did he go back after seeing me? It must have been the monkey. Catch up.
唰的啄一嘴，那大圣就窜出水中，一变便做一条水蛇，游进岸，钻入草中。二郎因嫌他不着，他见水响中现一条蛇窜出去。
With a quick peck, the great sage was lifted out of the water, transformed into a water snake, swam near the shore and burrowed into the grass. Erlang couldn't catch him because he was choking, so he saw a snake escaping from the sound of water.
认的是大圣急转身，又变了一只朱绣顶的灰鹤，伸着一个长嘴，与一把尖头铁钳子相似，竟来吃着水蛇。水蛇跳一跳，又变作。
Recognizing that it was the great sage, he turned around and transformed into a gray crane with a red embroidered top. It stretched out a long mouth, similar to a pair of pointed iron pliers, and came to eat the water snake. The water snake jumped and changed again.
一只花宝木木初初的立在了厅之上。二郎见他变得低贱，花宝乃鸟中至贱至淫之物，不拘鸾、凤、鹰、鸭都与交群。
A bustard tree stands on the polygonum. Erlang saw that he had become low-level. The bustard is the most lowly and obscene bird among birds. It doesn't just include swan, phoenix, eagle, and crow, they socialize with them all.
故此不去陇傍，极限原身，走江去，取过弹弓，拽满一担子，把他打个隆肿。那大圣趁着机会滚下山崖，伏在那里诱变。
Therefore, without leaving, he immediately revealed his original body. When he was about to go, he took the slingshot, pulled it full, and hit him in the heel with one bullet. The great sage took advantage of the opportunity and rolled down the cliff. He lay there and changed again.
便一座土地庙而大张着口，四个庙门，牙齿变作门扇，舌头变作菩萨，眼睛变作窗棂，只有尾巴不好收拾，竖在后面，变作一根旗杆。
It turned into an earthly temple with its mouth wide open like a temple door. Its teeth became door leaves. Its tongue became a bodhisattva. Its eyes became window lattice. Only its tail was difficult to control and stood up at the back, becoming a flagpole. 真君赶到崖下，不见打倒的宝鸟，只有一间小庙。急睁凤眼，仔细看之，现其杆立在后面，笑道：“是这猢狲了，他今又在那里哄我。” When Jinjuan arrived at the foot of the cliff, he could not find the bustard that he had defeated, but only a small temple. He opened his phoenix eyes anxiously and looked carefully. He saw the flagpole standing behind him and said with a smile, "That's the Hosen. He's there to coax me again."
我也曾见庙宇，更不曾见一个旗杆竖在后面的。断是这畜生弄喧。他若哄我进去，他便一口咬住，我怎肯进去？等我撤拳，先倒窗棂。
I have never seen a temple with a flagpole erected behind it. It must be this beast making the noise. If he coaxed me in, he would bite me. How could I go in? Wait for me to punch the window lattice first.
后踢门扇大声听得心惊道：“好狠，好狠！门扇是我牙齿，窗棂是我眼睛。若打了牙，倒了眼，却怎么是好？”扑的一个虎跳。
After hearing this, the great sage kicked the door and said in shock, so cruel, so cruel. The door leaf is my teeth, and the window lattice is my eyes. If my teeth are damaged or my eyes are damaged, what will happen? Jumping like a tiger leaping.
又冒在空中，不见真君前前后后乱赶，只见四太尉、二将军一齐拥至，道：“兄长，拿住大圣了么？”真君笑道：“那猴儿才自变作妙语哄我。”
And when he was in the air, he didn't see the true king rushing back and forth. He saw the 4 lieutenants and the 2nd general rushing towards him, saying, "Brother, have you caught the great sage?" The true king smiled and said, "That monkey just turned into a temple to coax me."
我正要倒他窗棂踢他门扇，他就纵一纵，又渺无踪迹。可怪，可怪！众皆愕然，四望更无形影。真君道：“兄弟们在此看守巡逻。”
I was about to smash his window lattice and kick his door leaf, but he just let go, but there was no trace. Strange, strange. Everyone was astonished, and there was no sign of anyone looking around. Zenjundo, brothers are guarding and patrolling here.
等我上去寻他，即纵身驾云，起在半空。见那李天王高擎照妖镜，与哪吒伫立云端。真君道：“天王曾现那猴王魔。”天王道：“不曾上来。”
When I go up to find him, he quickly jumps into the clouds and rises in midair. Seeing King Li Tian holding the demon mirror high and standing in the clouds with Neza, the true king said, "King Tian, have you ever seen the Monkey King?" The King of Heaven said, "I never came up."
我这里照着他李真君，把那赌变化弄神通，拿群猴一事说毕，却道他变妙语，正打处就走了。李天王闻言，又把照妖镜四方一照。
Here, I will follow the example of Master Li, changing the bet, using magical powers, and finishing the matter with the group of monkeys. But he said, he turned into a temple, hit the spot, and left. When King Li Tian heard this, he looked at the demon mirror in all directions again.
呵呵地笑道：“真君，快去，快去！”那猴使了个隐身法，走出营围，往你那灌江口去也。二郎听说，急取神风，回灌江口来赶。
He smiled and said, "Zhenjuan, go quickly, go quickly." The monkey used a stealth technique, walked out of the camp, and headed towards your Guanjiang estuary. When Erlang heard about it, he took Shenfeng and returned to the mouth of the river to catch up.
却说那大圣已至灌江口，摇身一变，变作二郎爷爷的模样，按下云头，进入庙里。鬼判不能相认，一个个磕头迎接。他坐中间。
But he said that the great sage had arrived at the mouth of Guanjiang River and transformed into the appearance of Grandpa Erlang. He pressed his cloud head and walked into the temple. The ghost judges couldn't recognize each other and kowtowed to greet him one by one. He sits in the middle.
点茶香火，献李虎拜海的三生，张龙许下的宝符，赵甲求字的文书，钱丙告病的良愿。正看处，有人报，又一个爷爷来了。
After checking the incense, I saw the 3 animals that Li Hu paid homage to, Zhang Long's promise to protect him, Zhao Jia's document asking for a son, and Qian Bing's good wish to complain about his illness. Just as I was looking, someone reported, "Another grandpa is here."
众鬼判急急观看，无不惊心。真君却道：“有个甚魔齐天大圣才来这里否？”众鬼判道：“不曾见甚魔大圣，只有一个爷爷在里面查典礼。”
All the ghost judges watched anxiously and were all frightened. Jinjuan said, "Is there some kind of monkey king who came here?" The ghosts judged, "I have never seen any great sage, only a grandpa is checking inside."
真君撞进门，大圣现了，现出本相道：“郎君不消嚷，庙宇已姓孙了。”这真君急举3肩2刃神锋，劈脸就砍。那猴王使个身法，让过神锋。
When the great sage saw the real king, he showed his true colors and said, "Sir, don't shout, the temple has been named Sunday." This true king then wielded a 3-pointed 2-edged magic sword and slashed in the face. The Monkey King used a movement technique to pass the divine spear.
撤出那绣花针儿，晃一晃，挽来粗细，赶到前，对面相悬。2个嚷嚷闹闹，打出庙门，半雾半云，且行且战，复打到花果山。
Pull out the embroidery needle, use it as thick as a bowl, rush to the front, and return it to the other side. The 2 yelled and made a fuss, and broke out of the temple gate. Half fog and half cloud, they walked and fought, and then fought again to Huagua Mountain.
慌的那4大天王等重逼防御紧，这康、张太尉等迎着真君，核心努力，把那美猴王围绕不提。
The 4 heavenly kings and others were so panicked that the embankments became tighter. Kong, Captain Zhang and others faced the true king and worked together to surround the Monkey King.
画表大力鬼王 既调了真君与六兄弟提兵擒魔去后，却上节回奏，玉帝与观音菩萨、王母并众仙卿正在凌霄殿讲话，道：
The words show that the powerful ghost king had mobilized the true king and the 6 brothers to raise troops to capture the demon, but then went up to the world to echo. The Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Queen Mother and other immortal ministers were speaking in Lingshao Hall, saying,
既是二郎已去赴战这一日，还不见回报。观音合掌道：“贫僧请陛下同道祖出南天门外，亲去看看虚实如何。”玉帝道：“言之有理。”
Since Erlang has gone to fight on this day, there is no return. Guanyin clasped her hands together and said, How about the poor monk asking your majesty and fellow Taoist ancestors to go out of the Nantian gate and see for themselves what is true and what is true? The Jade Emperor said, That makes sense.
"即百驾同道祖、观音、王母与众仙卿至南天门，早有些天丁立时接着开门遥观，只见众天丁布罗网围住四面礼天王。
That is to say, he drove fellow Taoist ancestors, Guanyin, Queen Mother and other immortals to Nantianmen. Some heavenly beings and powerful men had already followed, opening the door and watching from a distance. All I saw was the Dingbilo net of the heavens, surrounding it on all sides, Li Tianwang.
"与哪吒擎照妖镜立在空中，真君把大圣围绕中间，纷纷赌斗里。菩萨开口对老君说：“贫僧所举二郎神如何？果有神通。”
He and Neza held up a demon mirror and stood in the air. The true king surrounded the great sage and started gambling and fighting. The Bodhisattva opened his mouth and said to the old man, What do you think of the Erlangshan mentioned by the poor monk? If you have magical powers.
"已把那大圣围困，只是为得擒拿。我如今助他一功，绝拿住他也。”老君道：“菩萨降甚兵器，怎磨住他？”菩萨道：“我将那净瓶杨柳抛下去。”
The great sage has been besieged but has not been captured. Now that I'm helping him, I will definitely catch him. The old gentleman said, What kind of weapons does the Bodhisattva have? How to help him? The Bodhisattva said, I will throw the willow tree down.
"打那猴头即不能打死，也打个一跌，叫二郎小圣好去拿他。”老君道：“你这瓶是个瓷器，能打着它便好，如打不着他的头。”
Even if you hit the monkey's head, you won't be able to kill him. You can also knock him down and teach Erlang and Shaoxing how to get him. The old gentleman said, This bottle of yours is a porcelain weapon. It will be good if it can hit him. If it cannot hit his head, it will be fine.
或撞着他的铁棒，却不打碎了。你且莫动手，等我老君助他一功。菩萨道：你有甚魔兵器？老君道：有。捋起衣袖。
Or the iron rod that hit him didn't break? Don't do anything, wait for me, Lao Jun, to help him. The Bodhisattva said, What weapons do you have? The old gentleman said, Yes. Roll up your sleeves.
左脖上取下一个圈子，说道：这件兵器乃昆冈团练的，被我将还丹点成，养就一身灵气，善能变化，水火不侵，又能套诸物。一名。
He took off a circle on his left arm and said, This weapon is made of Kuan steel. It was made into a hole by my Jianghuan Dan. It cultivated a spiritual energy that can change, is invulnerable to water and fire, and can enslave all things.
金刚镯又名金刚套，当年过函关，画胡为佛，甚是亏他。早晚最可防身。等我丢下去打他一下。画壁自天门上往下一灌。
Gold steel set is also known as gold steel set. When he passed Hongguan, he transformed into a Buddha, which was a great debt to him. The best time to defend yourself is morning and evening. Wait until I throw him down and hit him. After he finished speaking, he slapped him down from the Tianmen.
滴流流进落花果山营盘里，可敌住猴王头上一下。猴王只顾苦战七胜，却不知天上坠下这兵器，打中了天领，立不稳脚，跌了一跤。
The dripping stream flows down the Waguashan camp, and Kuka's Monkey King hits his head. The Monkey King was only focused on fighting the 7 saints, but he didn't know that this weapon fell from the sky and hit the heavenly spirit. He couldn't stand firmly and fell.
爬将起来，就跑被二郎爷爷的细拳赶上，照腿肚子上一口，又扯了一跌。他睡倒在地，骂道：“这个亡人，你不去房家常，却来咬老孙。”
As he was about to get up, he ran away, but Grandpa Erlang's thin dog caught up with him. He hit his calf and fell again. He fell asleep on the ground and cursed, "This dead man. You don't bother the parents, but you come to bite the grandson."
即翻身爬不起来，被七圣一拥按住，即将绳索捆绑，使钩刀穿了琵琶骨，再不能变化。那老君收了金刚镯，请玉帝同观音、王母。
He rolled over in a hurry and couldn't get up. He was held down by the 7 saints and tied up with ropes, causing the hook knife to penetrate the Pepa bone, making it impossible to change again. The old man took the gold and steel carvings and invited the Jade Emperor to accompany Guanyin, the Queen Mother.
“众仙等俱回凌霄殿。这下面4大天王与李天王诸神俱收兵拔寨，近前向小圣贺喜，都道：‘此小圣之功也。’小圣道：‘此乃天尊洪福。’
All the immortals returned to Lingshao Hall. The 4 heavenly kings, Li Tianwang and other gods below, all gathered their troops and marched forward to congratulate the little saint. They all said, "This is the merit of the little saint." Little saint said, "This is the great blessing of the heavenly Lord."
“众神威权，我何功之有？”康、张、尧、李道：“兄长不必多叙，且押这厮去上界见玉帝，请旨发落去也。”真君道：“贤弟，汝等未受天禄。”
What do I owe to the authority of the gods? Kang, Zhang, Yao and Li said, "Brother, there is no need to say more. Let's take this guy to the upper realm to see the Jade Emperor and ask for his orders." The true Lord said, "Dear brother, you have not received the heavenly beryl."
“不得面见玉帝，叫天甲神兵压着，我同天王等上界回旨。你们率众在此搜山，搜尽之后，仍回灌口。待我请了赏，讨了功，回来同乐。”
I am not allowed to see the Jade Emperor, and he is escorted by the heavenly armor divine soldiers. I and the heavenly king and others will return to the upper realm. You handsome people are searching the mountain here. After searching, you still pour water back into your mouth. When I ask for rewards and take credit, we can come back and have fun together.
“4太尉2将军一言领诺。”这真君与众急驾云头，唱凯歌，得胜朝天。不多时，到通明殿外，天师启奏道：“
The 4th lieutenant and the 2nd general accepted the promise as promised. This true king and the crowd then rode on the clouds, sang triumphant songs, and reached the sky in victory. Not long after, we arrived outside the Tongming Hall. The heavenly master began to say,
“4大天王等众已捉了妖猴齐天大圣了，来此听宣。玉帝传旨，即命大力鬼王与天丁等众押至斩妖台，将这厮遂剁其尸。”一正是
The 4 heavenly kings and others have captured the demon Monkey King and are here to listen to the announcement. The Jade Emperor sent a decree and ordered the powerful Ghost King, Tianding, and others to escort him to the demon-slaying platform and cut the body into pieces. Ha! Exactly.
七黄金遭行县苦英雄气概等诗修，毕竟不知那猴王性命何如，且听下回分解。第7回八卦炉中陶大圣五行山下定心圆富贵功名。
The deceitful and deceitful people are now punished, and their heroic spirit will be over in time. After all, I don't know what the Monkey King's life is like, but he'll explain it next time. Chapter 7: Escape from the Bagua Furnace. The Great Sage and the Five Elements Mountain are the anchoring ape, rich and famous.
前缘分定为人，切莫欺心。正大光明，忠良善果弥深。些狂妄添加钱，眼前不欲待实领。问东君，因甚如今祸害相侵？
Don't deceive your heart if you are determined by fate. Upright and bright, the fruits of loyalty and good deeds are profound. Those who are arrogant will be punished by God, and the time will come when they are not treated in front of them. I asked Mr. Dong, why are we in trouble now?
只为心高图往，极不分上下乱归真。话表齐天大圣被众天兵押去斩妖台下，绑在降妖柱上，刀砍斧剁，枪刺剑枯，莫想伤及其身。
Just for the sake of lofty ideals and disregarding the rules and regulations. The words indicate that the great sage Qi Tian was taken by the heavenly soldiers to kill demons under the platform, tied to the demon-subduing pillar, chopped with knives and axes, stabbed with spears and swords, not wanting to hurt him.
南斗星奋令火部众神放火微烧，亦不能烧着。又者雷部众神以雷械定打，越发不能伤损一毫。那大力鬼王与众起奏道：“万岁！”
The Southern Dipper tried his best to order the gods of the fire department to set fire and simmer, but they could not burn it. Then the gods of the Ministry of Thunder struck them with thunderbolts and nails, and they could no longer be damaged at all. The powerful Ghost King began to chant to everyone, "Long live."
这大圣不知是何处学得这护身之法，臣等用刀砍斧剁，雷打火烧，一毫不能伤损，却如之何？玉帝闻言道：“这厮这等，如何处置？”
I don't know where this great sage learned how to use swords and axes to chop and chop, thunder and fire, but not a single thing could be hurt. But what happened? The Jade Emperor heard this and said, "How should we deal with this guy?"
太上老君急奏道：“那猴吃了蟠桃，饮了玉酒，又倒了仙丹。我那五湖丹有生有熟，被他都吃在肚里。运用三昧火，断成一块。”
Taishang Lao Jun immediately reported that the monkey ate the peaches, drank the royal wine, and stole the elixir. My 5 pots of pills, both raw and cooked, were eaten by him. Use samadhi fire to forge it into one piece.
所以魂作金刚之躯，极不能伤。不若与老道领去，放在八卦炉中，以文武火锻炼，炼出我的丹来，他身自为灰烬矣。玉帝闻言
Therefore, Han is made of gold and steel and cannot be injured. If I don't take it with the old Taoist, put it in the Bagua furnace, temper it with civil and martial fire, and refine my elixir, he will be reduced to ashes. The Jade Emperor heard this.
"即叫六丁六甲将他解下，付与老君。老君领旨去切。一碧香轩二郎显圣，赏赐金花100朵，御酒100瓶，还丹100粒，一宝明珠、锦绣等件。"
That is to say, he taught Lu Ding and Liu Jia to untie him and give him to Lao Jun. Lao Jun took the order and went to the end. On one wall, Xian Erlang appeared as a saint and rewarded hundreds of golden flowers, hundreds of bottles of royal wine, hundreds of pills, exotic pearls, brocades, and other items.
教与义兄弟分享真君谢恩，回贯江口不提。那老君到兜率宫，将大圣解去绳索，放了穿皮帕骨之气，推入八卦炉中，命看炉的道人
Teach and sworn brothers to share the gratitude of the true king, and return it to the mouth of the river without mentioning it. The old man went to Tushita Palace, removed the rope from the great sage, put the instrument for piercing the pipa bone, pushed it into the Bagua furnace, and ordered the Taoist who was watching the furnace.
架火的童子将火煽起锻炼。原来那炉是干、坎、艮、震、巽、离、坤对八卦，他即将身钻在巽宫位下。巽乃风也，有风则无火。
The boy who made the fire fanned the fire for exercise. It turns out that the furnace is Qian, Kan, Zhen, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kun, and Dui Bagua. He will soon be buried under the Sun Palace. Sun is the wind. If there is wind, there is no fire.
只是风搅的烟来，把一双眼火红了，弄作个老害病眼，故唤作火眼金睛。真个光阴迅速，不觉749日，老君的火候俱全。
It's just that the smoke stirred up by the wind turned the pair of fire eyes red, turning them into old and sick eyes, so they called them fiery eyes and golden eyes. Time flies so fast, and before I know it, Lao Jun is full of energy on the 77th and 49th day.
忽一日开炉取丹，那大圣双手捂着眼，正自揉搓流涕，只听得炉头声响。猛睁睛看见光明，他就忍不住将身一纵。
Suddenly one day the furnace was opened to take the elixir. The great sage raised his eyes with his hands and was rubbing his own tears when he heard the sound of the stove. When he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the light, he couldn't help but jumped up.
跳出丹炉，啦一声，登到八卦炉，往外就走。慌的那家伙，看炉与钉甲一般人来扯，被他一个个都放倒。
Jumping out of the alchemy furnace? With a click, he kicked down the Bagua furnace and walked out. He was so panicked that the fire cooker, stove watcher, and Ding Jia's group came to pull them, but he knocked them down one by one.
好似癫痫的白额虎，疯狂的独角龙。老君赶上抓一把，被他一啄了个倒栽葱，脱身走了。急去耳中撤出如意棒，迎风晃一晃。
It looks like an epileptic white-fronted tiger and a wild one-horned dragon. Lao Jun caught up and grabbed a handful, but he knocked him upside down and escaped. Then he took out the wish-fulfilling stick from his ear and waved it against the wind. 晚来粗细依然拿在手中，不分好歹，却有大乱天宫，打的那9曜星闭门闭户，4天王无影无形。好猴经有诗为证，诗曰 No matter how big or small the bowl is, he still holds it in his hand, no matter what is good or bad, but it causes chaos in the heavenly palace, beating the 9 obsidian stars behind closed doors, and making the 4 heavenly kings invisible. A good monkey spirit, as evidenced by poetry. The poem says,
「混元体正合先天万劫千帆之自然，渺渺无为魂太乙，如如不动号出玄。炉中酒炼非千汞，屋外长生是本仙。变化无穷还变化。
The Hunyuan body is in line with the innate nature of thousands of calamities. Miao Miao Wu Wei Hun Tai, Rurifudong's name is Chu Xian. The non-lead and mercury smelted in the furnace for a long time is the immortal. There are endless changes and changes. 三归五戒总修研幼师，一点灵光彻太虚。那条主杖亦如之，或长或短随人用，横竖横排任卷书。幼师，猿猴道体配人心。The 3 refuges and 5 precepts sum up the words and poems. A little spiritual light shines through the sky, and so does the stick. Either long or short, it can be arranged horizontally, vertically, or horizontally to suit the needs of the user. Another poem, the Taoist body of ape matches the human heart.
心急猿猴意思申大圣齐天飞甲论，观风闭马起之音。马猿合作心合意，紧缚牢拴莫外寻。万象归真从一理，如来同气助双林。这一番
The idea that the heart is like an ape is profound. The great sage Qitian is not a false theory. How can he know the news when he is appointed by Ma? Horses and apes cooperate with each other in heart and mind, tightly tied and tied tightly, don't look for it outside. All things come true according to one principle, and the Tathagatas live together in the twin forests. This time,
那猴王不分上下，使铁棒东打西敌，更无一神可挡，直打到通明殿里，凌霄殿外。幸有右圣真君的左使王灵官指点，他看大圣纵横。
The Monkey King used the iron rod to hit the enemies in the east and west without distinguishing between superior and inferior, and no one could stop him. He only hit the Tongming Hall and outside the Lingshao Hall. Fortunately, Wang Lingguan, the envoy of the true monarch Yu Sheng, was in charge of the palace. He saw that the great sage was doing everything in his power.
撤金鞭近前挡住道：“泼猴何往？有无在此？切莫猖狂！”这大圣不由分说，举棒就打那灵官鞭起相迎。两个在凌霄殿前厮混一处，好杀。
If the golden whip comes close to block the way, where will the monkey go? As long as I'm here, don't be arrogant. The great sage couldn't help but raise his stick and hit him. The spiritual official raised his whip to greet him. Two people were messing around in front of Lingshao Palace, looking for a way to kill. 赤胆忠良，名誉大欺天狂上声名坏。亦敌亦好性相持，豪杰英雄同赌赛。铁棒凶，金鞭快，正直无私怎忍耐？这个是太乙雷声应化尊。The reputation of being loyal and good deceives the world, and the reputation is bad. One is low and the other is lucky. Heroes and heroes compete with each other. The iron rod is fierce, the golden whip is swift. How can one be upright and selfless? This is Tai Thunder Inghua Zun. 那个是齐天大圣猿猴怪，金鞭铁棒两家能，都是神功仙器械。今日在凌霄宝殿弄威风，各展雄才，真可爱。一个七心要夺斗牛宫。Those are the Monkey King, the Monkey King, the golden whip and the iron rod. They are both divine weapons. It's so cute to show off your talents in the Lingshao Palace today. A deceiver wants to seize the bullfighting palace. 一个竭力匡扶玄圣界，苦争不让显神通，鞭棒往来无胜败。
他两个斗在一处，胜败未分。早有右圣真君又差江左发文到雷府。
A man tried his best to support the Xianxing realm and struggled hard not to show his magical powers. He went back and forth with whips and sticks without victory or defeat. The two of them were fighting together, and the outcome was still unclear. Long ago, Lord Yuxing sent Generals Hua to send a message to Lei Mansion.
调36员雷将起来，把大圣围在该心，各逞凶恶鏖战。那大圣全无一毫惧色，使一条如意棒，左遮右挡，后架前迎。
36 Thunder generals were mobilized to surround the great sage in Gaixin, and each of them fought ferociously. The great sage showed no fear at all. He used a wishful stick to cover the left and right, and used the back to meet him.
一时见那众雷将的刀枪剑戟鞭锏倭锤越斧金瓜毛连越铲来的甚紧，他即摇身一变，变作三头六臂，把如意棒晃一晃。
As soon as he saw the thunderous general's swords, spears, swords, halberds, whips, sticks, hammers, axes, golden melons, and sickles and shovels, he immediately transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms.
变作3条6只手，使开3条棒好，便似纺车儿一般，滴溜溜在那该心里飞舞。众雷神莫能相近，真个是圆坨坨，光灼灼。
It turns into 3 sticks. 6 hands move the 3 sticks like a spinning wheel, trickling and dancing in Gai's heart. None of the thunder gods can come close to each other. The real thing is Yuantua, shining brightly.
亘古长存人，怎学入火不能焚，入水何曾溺？光明一颗摩尼珠，剑戟刀枪伤不着。也能善，也能恶，眼前善恶凭他做。善时成佛与成仙。
How did the ancient and eternal man learn that he could not be burned by fire, and how could he drown in water? A Mani pearl of light cannot be hurt by a sword, a halberd, or a spear. He can do good and evil, and he can do good or evil in front of him. Become a Buddha and an immortal at the right time.
恶处披毛并带角，无穷变化闹天宫，雷将神兵不可捉。当时众神把大圣攒在一处，却不能近身，乱嚷乱斗，早惊动玉帝。
The evil place is covered with fur and has horns, making endless changes in the palace of heaven. Thunder generals and divine soldiers cannot catch it. At that time, the gods gathered the great sage in one place, but they could not get close and started shouting and fighting. Already alarmed the Jade Emperor.
遂传旨着由义灵官同义圣真君上西方，请佛老降服那二圣，得了旨，竟到灵山圣境雷音宝刹之前，对四金刚、八菩萨礼毕，即返转达。
Then a decree was sent to Lingguan Yue and Lord Yixing to go to the west to ask the Buddha to surrender to the two saints. After receiving the decree, they went to the Leiyin Pagoda in the scenic spot of Lingshan Mountain. After paying homage to the 4 Vajra and 8 Bodhisattvas, they conveyed the message.
"众神随至宝莲台下，启知如来召请。二圣礼佛三匝，势立台下。如来问：玉帝何事？凡二圣下临。二圣即起道，向石花果山产一毫。
The gods followed to the lotus platform to inform the Tathagata and summon them. The two saints worshipped the Buddha 3 times and stood at the foot of the stage. Tathagata asked, "What's the matter with the Jade Emperor? The two sages are coming." The two sages immediately enlightened. Xiangshi Huagua Mountain gave birth to a monkey.
在那里弄神通聚众猴，搅乱世界。玉帝降诏安旨，封为弼马温，他衔官小返去。当前李天王、哪吒太子擒拿未获，复招安他。
There he uses his magical powers to gather monkeys to disrupt the world. The Jade Emperor issued a decree to recruit an and was granted the title of Baimawan. He turned away because he thought the official was a petty official. We should send King Li Tian and Prince Neza to capture him but failed to capture him. We will recruit him again to pacify him.
封作齐天大圣，先有观无路。着他代管蟠桃园，他即偷桃，又走至瑶池，偷小偷酒，搅乱大会，仗酒又暗入兜率宫，偷老君仙丹。
To be granted the title of Monkey King, you will first have an official position but no salary. With him in charge of the peach garden, he stole peaches, then went to Yao Qi, stole wine, and disrupted the meeting. While drinking wine, he secretly entered Tushita Palace and stole Lao Juan's elixir.
反出天宫玉帝，复遣10万天兵，亦不能收服。后观世音举二郎真君同他一兄弟追杀，他变化多端，亏老君抛金刚镯打中，二郎方得拿住。
On the contrary, the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Palace sent another 100,000 heavenly troops, but they could not subdue them. Later, Avalokitesvara Jew Erlang and his sworn brothers pursued him. He was very unpredictable. Fortunately, the old man threw a diamond and hit him, so Erlang was able to catch him.
姐夫御前，即命斩之，刀砍斧剁，火烧雷打，俱不能伤。老君奏准领去，以火锻炼。49日开鼎， 他却又跳出八卦炉，打退天丁。
When Xia went to the imperial court, he was ordered to behead him. He could be chopped with swords and axes, burned with fire and struck by thunder, but he could not be harmed. Lao Jun told me to take him there and train him with fire. On the 49th, when the cauldron was opened, he jumped out of the Bagua furnace again and defeated Tian Ding.
进入通明殿里凌霄殿外，被右圣真君的左使王灵官挡住苦战，又调36员雷将把他困在该心，终不能相进。事在紧急。
Enter the Tongming Hall and outside the Lingshao Hall. He was blocked by Wang Lingguan, the assistant envoy of the Holy Lord Blessing, and fought hard. He also sent 36 Thunder generals to trap him in Gaixin, and he could not get close. It's urgent.
因此，玉帝特请如来救驾如来闻说，即对众菩萨道：“汝等在此稳坐法堂，修得乱了禅位，待我炼魔救驾去来。”如来即唤阿傩。
Therefore, the Jade Emperor specially asked the Tathagata to save you. After hearing this, the Tathagata said to all the Bodhisattvas, "Sit firmly here in the Dharma hall and don't mess up your meditation position until I, the demon refiner, come to save you." The Tathagata immediately called Anua.
迦叶二尊者相随离了雷音，径至凌霄门外。忽听得喊声震耳，乃36员雷将围困着大圣里。佛祖传法旨。
The two lords Kasyapa followed each other away from Laiyin and walked to the outside of Lingshao Gate. Suddenly I heard shouts that shook my ears, and 36 Thunder generals surrounded the great sage. The Buddha's teachings.
焦雷将停息干戈，放开营锁，叫那大圣出来，等我问他有何法力。众将果退。大圣也收了法相，现出原身近前，怒气昂昂。
Jiao Lei will stop fighting, let go of the camp, and call the great sage out, waiting for me to ask him what his magic power is. All the generals will retreat. The great sage also took away the Dharma image and appeared in front of him, full of anger.
厉声高叫道：“你是那方善士，敢来止住刀兵问我？”如来笑道：“我是西方极乐世界释迦牟尼尊者。南无阿弥陀佛。”
He shouted in a loud voice, "You are that good scholar from Fang. Do you dare to stop the swordsman and ask me?" Tathagata smiled and said, "I am the Venerable Sakyamuni in the Western Paradise. Namo Amitabha."
今闻你猖狂村野屡返天宫，不知是何方生长，何年得道，为何这等暴横？ 大声道：“我本天地生成灵混仙，花果山中一老猿。”
Now I heard that you are rampant in the countryside and have repeatedly rebelled against the heavenly palace. I don't know where you grew up or when you achieved enlightenment. Why are you so violent? The great sage said, I am a mixed immortal born from heaven and earth, an old ape in the flower and fruit mountain.
水帘洞里为家业拜有寻师悟太玄，练就长生多少法，学来变化广无边。因在凡间闲地窄，立心端要助尧天。凌霄宝殿非他久。
In Shuilian cave, he paid homage to his family business and found a teacher to learn Taishian. There are many ways to achieve immortality by practicing, and the changes you can learn are boundless. Because the land in the mortal world was too narrow, I made up my mind to live in Yaotian. The Lingshao Palace will not last long.
历代人王有分传强者，位尊该让我，英雄值此敢争先。佛祖听言，呵呵冷笑道：“你那厮乃是个猴子成精，焉敢欺心，要夺玉皇上帝尊位？”
It has been said among the kings of the past dynasties that the strong should be respected, and this is the only way for heroes to dare to be the first. When the Buddha heard this, he sneered and said, You are just a monkey-turned spirit. How dare you deceive your heart and try to seize the title of Jade Emperor?
他自幼修持苦力过1750劫，每劫该129600年，你算他该多少年数，方能享受此无极大道？你那个出世为人的畜生！
He practiced suffering since childhood and went through 1,750 kalpas. Each calamity is worth 129,600 years. How many years do you think he should be able to enjoy this infinite path? That beast of yours who was a human in his first life.
如何出此大言？不当人子，不当人子，折了你的寿算！趁早皈依，切莫胡说，但恐遭了毒手，性命顷刻而休，可惜了你的本来面目。
Why do you make such big statements that you are not a son of man? If you are not a son of man, your life will be ruined. Take refuge as soon as possible and don't talk nonsense. But I'm afraid of being poisoned and my life will end in an instant. It's a pity for your true colors.
大圣道：“他虽年幼修长，也不应久站在此。常言道，皇帝轮流坐，明年到我家，只叫他搬出去，将天宫让与我，便罢了。若还不让。”
Although the great sage is young and slender, he should not stay here for a long time. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns. Come to my house next year. I just teach him to move out and give me the heavenly palace, that's all. If he still doesn't give up.
定要绞嚷，永不清平。佛祖道：你除了长生变化之法，再有何能敢占天宫圣境？大圣道：我的手段多利，我有72般变化。
There must be chaos and never peace. Buddha said, apart from the method of immortality and transformation, what else can you do to dare to occupy the heavenly palace? The great sage said, I have many means. I have 72 transformations.
万劫不老长生，会驾筋斗云，一纵108000里。如何做不得天位？佛祖道：我与你打个赌赛，你若有本事，一筋斗打出我这右手掌中。
Immortal and immortal for all eternity, able to ride a somersault cloud spanning 180,000 miles. How can I not sit in heaven? Buddha said, let me make a bet with you. If you have the ability, you can knock it out of the palm of my right hand with a somersault.
算你赢在不用动刀兵，苦征战，就请玉帝到西方居住，把天宫让你。若不能打出手掌，你还下界为妖，再修几劫，却来争吵。
If you win and don't have to use swords and fight hard, ask the Jade Emperor to live in the West and give you the palace of heaven. If you can't get rid of the palm, you will return to the lower world as a demon. After a few more kalpas, you will come to quarrel.
那大圣闻言暗笑道：“这如来十分好呆。我老孙一筋斗去108000里，他那手掌方圆不满1尺，如何跳不出去？”即发声道：“既如此说。”
The great sage laughed secretly when he heard this and said, This Tathagata is very silly. My old grandson somersaulted thousands of miles away. His palm was less than 1 foot in diameter. How could he not jump out? He said in a hurry, Now that I have said that.
你可做得主张？佛祖道：“做得，做得。”伸开右手，却4个荷叶大小。那大圣收了如意棒，抖擞神威，将身一纵，站在佛祖手心里。
You can do it. Buddha said, Do it, do it. Stretch out your right hand, but it is as big as a lotus leaf. The great sage put away the wish-fulfilling stick, flexed his power, stood in the palm of the Buddha's hand, and
"却道生，我出去也。你看他一路云光，无形无影去了。”佛祖慧眼观看。现那猴王峰车子一般相似不住，只管前进。大圣行时
But he told me to go out. You can see him disappearing without a trace due to the clouds and light all the way. The Buddha watched with his wise eyes and saw that the Monkey King looked like a windmill, so he just moved forward. During the Great Holy Walk,
忽见有5根肉红柱子撑着一股清气。他道：“此间乃尽头路了。这番回去，如来作证，凌霄宫定是我作也。”又思量说：“且住。”
Suddenly I saw 5 flesh-red pillars holding up a stream of green energy. He said, "This is the end of the road. This time when I go back, Tathagata testifies that I will definitely be the one to sit in Lingshao Palace." Then he thought about it and said, "Stay here."
"等我留下些记号方好与如来说话。”拔下一根毫毛，吹一口仙气，叫变，便做一管浓墨双毫笔，在那中间柱子上写一行大字云：“齐天。”
Wait until I leave some marks so that I can talk to the Tathagata. Pull out a vellus hair, blow on the fairy air, and shout, "Change." Transform it into a thick ink pen with 2 centimeters, and write a line of large characters on the middle pillar, Chi Tian.
“大圣到此一游，写毕，收了毫毛，又不装尊，却在第一根柱子根下撒了一泡猴尿，翻转筋斗云，径回本处，站在如来掌内道：“我已去。”
The great sage came here for a visit. After writing, I collected the hair. Not being dignified, he sprinkled monkey urine under the first pillar. Turning over the somersault cloud, he returned to his original place, stood in the palm of the Tathagata and said, "I have gone."
今来了，你教玉帝让天宫于我。如来骂道：“我把你这个尿精猴子，你正好不曾离了我掌力。”大圣道：“你是不知，我去到天尽头。”
Now that I'm here, you teach the Jade Emperor to let the heavenly palace be with me. The Tathagata scolded, "I treated you like a peeing monkey, but you happen to have never left my hand." The great sage said, "You don't know. I go to the end of the world."
见5根肉红柱撑着一股清气，我留个记在那里，你敢和我同去看魔？如来道：“不消去，你只自低头看看。”那大圣睁圆火眼金睛。
I saw 5 flesh-red pillars supporting a green aura. I left a note there. Do you dare to go see it with me? The Tathagata said, "Don't go away, just lower your head and look at it." The great sage opened his flaming eyes.
低头看时，原来佛祖右手中指写着“齐天大圣到此一游”，大指丫里还有些猴尿骚气。大圣吃了一惊道：“ 有这等事，有这等事。
When I looked down, it turned out that the middle finger of Buddha's right hand had the words Monkey King, here comes a visit written on it. There is still some smell of monkey urine in the thumb. The great sage was surprised and said, "Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing?"
我将此字写在撑天柱子上，如何却在他手指上？莫非有个未卜先知的法术？我绝不信，不信。等我再去来。好大圣！
I wrote this word on the pillar supporting the sky, but why is it on his finger? Could it be that there is a magic that predicts the future? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wait until I come again. What a great sage.
急纵身又要跳出，被佛祖翻掌一扑，把这猴王推出西天门外，将五指化作金、木、水、火、土五座连山，唤名五行山，轻轻地把他压住。
He jumped up and was about to jump out, but the Buddha pounced with his palm, pushed the Monkey King out of the West Heaven Gate, turned his 5 fingers into 5 connected mountains of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, called the 5 Elements Mountain, and gently pressed him down. Live.
众雷神与阿傩、迦叶一个个合掌称扬道：“善哉，善哉！当年卵化学为人，立志修行果道真。万劫无宜居圣境，一朝有变散精神。”
All the thunder gods, Anuwa and Kassapa, clasped their hands together and said in praise, "Good, good." At that time, he was a human being and determined to practice the true path of fruition. Never move to a beautiful place, but once you have a spirit of change.
七天往上司高位灵圣，偷丹乱大轮。恶贯满盈今有报，不知何日得翻身。如来佛祖舔灭了妖猴，即唤阿傩、迦叶同转西方极乐世界。
He deceived the heavens and thought of a high-ranking sage, stealing elixirs and committing adultery. All the evil deeds have been punished now, and I don't know when I will be able to turn over. The Tathagata Buddha destroyed the demonic monkey, and then called Anuwa and Kassapa to go to the Western Paradise.
时有天蓬天佑急出凌霄宝殿道：“请如来少待，我主大驾来也。”佛祖闻言，回首瞻仰，须臾，果现八景鸾鱼，九光宝盖。
At that moment, Tianping Tianyu hurriedly came out of Lingshao Palace and said, "Tathagata, please wait a little longer, my lord is coming." After the Buddha heard this, he looked back in admiration. After a while, I saw 8 scenes of Luanyu and a 9-light treasure cover.
声奏弦歌妙乐咏欧无量神章，散宝花，喷真香，直至佛前谢曰：多蒙大法收田要挟，望如来少停一日，请诸仙作一慧言奉献。
He played mystical songs and chanted immeasurable sacred chapters, scattered precious flowers, and sprayed true incense until he came to the Buddha to thank him and said, "Thank you for your great help in destroying the evil spirits. I hope that the Tathagata will stay for a little longer and invite all the immortals to have a feast to express my gratitude."
如来不敢违背，即合掌谢道：“老僧承大天尊宣命来此，有何法力？还是天尊与众神洪福，感劳致谢。”玉帝传旨，即着雷布众神。
The Tathagata did not dare to disobey, so he clasped his hands in thanks and said, "The old monk came here on the orders of the great heavenly Lord. What power does he have? Or the great blessings of the heavenly Lord and the gods? Do you dare to thank me?" The Jade Emperor sent an edict to the gods of the Thunder Department.
分头请三清四御、五老、六司、七远、八极、九曜、十都、千真、万圣来此赴会，同谢佛恩。又命四大天师、九天仙女。
Separately, please invite the 3 pure ones, 4 royals, 5 elders, 6 sis, Chiyuan, Baji, Joyao, Shidu, Qianjin, and Wanqing to come here to attend the meeting and thank Buddha for his kindness. He also ordered the 4 great heavenly masters and the 9 heavenly fairies to
大开玉京金阙太玄宝宫洞阳玉馆，请如来高坐七宝灵台，吊设各班座位，安排龙肝凤髓、玉叶蟠桃。不一时，那玉清元始天尊。
We opened the Jade Capital's Golden Tower Taishan Palace and Dongyang Jade Pavilion, and invited the Tathagata to sit on the 7 treasure spiritual platform with a high seat. We arranged seats for each class, arranged dragon liver and phoenix marrow, and jade liquid and flat peaches. After a while, the jade Qin Yuancher Tianzuan.
上清灵宝天尊、太清道德天尊、五真君、五斗星君、三官四圣、九曜真君、左辅、右弼、天王、哪吒、玄虚一应灵通，对对精气。
Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan, Taiqing Dao Tianzuan, Wu Zhenjuan, Wuda Xingjun, 3 officials and 4 saints, Zhuyao Zhenjuan, Zuofu, Yubi, Tianwang, Neza, Xuanchu Yiying is well informed, and the flags are aligned.
双双翻盖，都捧着明珠一宝，寿果奇花，向佛前拜献曰：“感如来无量法力，收服妖猴。蒙大天尊设宴，呼唤我等，皆来陈谢。”
Both pairs of flags held bright pearls and rare treasures, and longevity fruits and flowers. They bowed before the Buddha and said, "Thanks to the Tathagata's immeasurable power, I can subdue the monster monkeys." The great heavenly Lord hosted a banquet and called for all of us to come and thank you.
请如来将此会立一名，如何如来领众神之托曰：今欲立名，可做个安天大会。各仙老异口同声，俱道：好个安天大会，好个。
Please ask the Tathagata to give this assembly a name. How can the Tathagata receive the entrustment from the gods and say, if you want to establish a name now, you can make an Antian assembly? All the immortals and elders said in unison, what a Antian conference! Good one.
安天大会延期，各坐座位，走甲传商，簪花鼓瑟，国好会也。有诗为证。诗曰：宴设蟠桃侯搅乱，安天大会胜蟠桃。
At the end of the Andean conference, everyone took their seats, walked around and passed around wine glasses, and wore hairpins, flowers, drums, and harps. It turned out to be a good meeting. There are poems to prove it. The poem says, the banquet was set up with flat peaches and monkeys disrupted it, but the victory over the flat peaches at the Andean festival was great.
"龙旗鸾鹿翔光霭，宝节撞翻锐气飘。仙乐弦歌音韵美，凤箫玉管响声高。琼香缭绕群仙集，宇宙清平贺圣朝。"
Dragon flags, on wheels, auspicious light, AI treasure festival banners and flags float in the air. The melody of the fairy music and mystical songs is beautiful, and the sound of the phoenix flute and jade pipe is high. The fragrant fragrance lingers around the gathering of immortals, and peace in the universe congratulates the holy dynasty.
"众皆怅然喜会，只见王母娘娘引一班仙子、仙娥、美姬、美女飘飘荡荡舞向佛前，施礼曰：前辈妖猴搅乱蟠桃一会，请众仙众佛俱成功。"
Everyone was happy to see the Queen Mother leading a group of fairies, concubines, and beauties to dance in front of the Buddha, saluting and saying, "The peaches in front of me were disturbed by the demon monkey for a while. Please all the fairies and Buddhas to succeed."
"今蒙如来大法练所完后，喜庆安天大会，无物可谢。今是我净手亲摘大株蟠桃数颗奉献，真个是半红半绿喷甘香。"
Now that the stubborn monkey is chained by the Tathagata's Dharma, I am celebrating the Andean assembly and have nothing to thank you. Now, I will personally pick a few large flat peaches with my clean hands and offer them as a donation. What it really is, half red, half green, with a sweet fragrance.
艳丽仙根万载常堪笑武陵源上重，正如天府更其强。子闻娇嫩环中少，香和清甜是莫双。延寿延年能一体，有缘使者自非常。
The beautiful immortal roots have been planted for thousands of years and are as powerful as the ones in Waliniwan. The delicate purple lines are rare in the world, and the pure and sweet core is unique in the world. Prolonging life and longevity can change the body, and those who are destined to eat it will be very lucky.
佛祖合掌向王母谢气，王母又主仙姬，仙子唱的唱，舞的舞，满会群仙又皆赏赞。正是缥缈天香满座，缤纷鲜蕊鲜花。
The Buddha put his palms together to thank the Queen Mother, and the Queen Mother sang and danced to the songs of the fairies and fairies. All the immortals in the meeting praised him. Exactly, the ethereal heavenly fragrance fills the house, and the colorful fairy pistils and flowers bloom.
玉京金阙大荣华一品，奇珍无价。对对与天齐寿，双双万劫增加。桑田沧海任更差，他自无惊无讶。王母正着仙姬，仙子歌舞。
The great glory of the jade capital and the golden tower are priceless and rare. The longevity of the pair is equal to that of heaven, and both of them will increase their calamities. The world is far worse than the sea. He was not surprised. The Queen Mother was singing and dancing with the fairies and fairies.
觥筹交错不多时，忽又闻得一阵异香来鼻鸥，惊动满堂星宇秀。天仙佛祖把杯停，个个抬头迎幕后。
Not long after we exchanged glasses, we suddenly smelled. A burst of strange fragrance came to our noses, alarming the stars and constellations in the room. The gods and Buddhas stopped their cups and raised their heads to greet him.
霄汉中间，现老人手捧灵芝飞矮秀，葫芦藏续万年丹，宝录名书千纪寿。洞里乾坤任自由，湖中日月随成就。
In the middle of the sky, an old man is seen flying and embroidering with Ganoderma lucidum in his hand. The gourd contains elixirs that will last for thousands of years, and the treasure basket contains famous books that will last for thousands of years. The world in the cave is free, and the sun and moon in the pot are fulfilled.
遨游四海乐清闲，散淡十洲荣福凑。曾赴蟠桃醉几遭，醒时明月还依旧。长头大耳短身躯，南极之方称老寿。
Traveling around the world, it is a leisurely and relaxing time, and the 10 continents are divergent. I went to Pantau and got drunk several times. When I woke up, the bright moon was still there. With long head, big ears and short body. People from the South Pole are called Laos Ho.
寿星又道献玉帝礼毕，又献如来，深谢曰：“使闻那妖猴被老君引至兜率宫锻炼，以为必至平安，不期他又反出。幸如来善抚此怪。”
The birthday boy came to see the Jade Emperor again, and after paying homage to the Tathagata, he thanked him and said, "I heard that the demon monkey was led by the old master to the Tushita palace for training, thinking that it would bring him peace, but unexpectedly he came out again. Fortunately, Tathagata is good at overcoming this monster."
设宴奉谢，故此闻风而来。更无他物可献，特具子之瑶草，必有金丹奉上。诗曰：“必有金丹奉世家，如来万寿若恒沙。”
A banquet was held to express gratitude, so I came here after hearing the news. There is nothing else to offer, so I offer purple jiao grass and green lotus root golden elixir. The poem says, "The golden elixir of blue lotus root is offered to Sakyamuni, and the Tathagata's longevity is as long as the sand of eternity."
清平永乐三圣景康泰长生九品花，无相门中真法主，色空天上是仙家。乾坤大地皆称祖，丈六金身福寿奢。如来欣然领谢，寿星得奏。
Qingping Yongla Sanqing Jingkangtai Immortality 9th Grade Flower. The true Dharma master of the Wuxiang sect is the immortal family in the sky. The universe and the earth are all called ancestors, and the golden body of 6 feet is blessed with good fortune and longevity. The Tathagata thanks Shinran. The birthday star is in the zodiac.
依然走假传商，只见赤脚大仙又至，向玉帝前俯礼毕，又对佛祖谢道：“深感法力，降服妖猴，无物可以表敬，特具焦离2颗火。”
Still walking through the wine room, I saw the barefoot immortal arriving again. He bowed before the Jade Emperor. After bowing, he thanked the Buddha and said, "I deeply feel the magic power and subdued the monster monkey. There is nothing to show respect, except 2 pears and fire."
枣树梅奉献诗曰：“大仙赤脚早离乡，敬献弥陀寿算长。七宝莲台山样稳，千金花作锦斑装。寿同天地言非谬，伏笔洪波化气狂。”
The dedication poem of several dates said, "The immortal's bare feet are fragrant with dates and pears, and I offer them to Amitabha to wish him a long life." The 7-jeweled lotus platform is as stable as a mountain, and the 1,000-gold flower base is as bright as brocade. It is not wrong to say that longevity is the same as that of heaven and earth, but it is not crazy to say that happiness is greater than that of Hongbo.
福寿如期，真个是清闲极乐那西方。如来又称谢了，叫阿傩、迦叶将个所献之物一一收起，方向玉帝前谢宴，众个酩酊。
Having a long and prosperous life as expected is truly the bliss of leisure and bliss in the West. The Tathagata thanked again, and asked Anuwa and Kassapa to put away the things they had offered one by one, and then went to the Jade Emperor for a thank you banquet. Everyone is drunk.
只见个巡视灵官来报道，那大圣伸出头来了。佛祖道：“不妨，不妨。”袖中只取出一张帖子，上有6个金字：“俺妈那包。”地狱阿傩。
A patrolling spiritual officer came to report that the great sage had stretched out his head. Buddha said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." He only took out a post from his sleeve, with 6 golden characters on it, Om Mani Padham. Pass it to Anuwa.
叫贴在那山顶上。这尊者即领帖子，拿出天门，到那5行山顶上，紧紧地贴在一块4方石上。那座山即生根合缝，可运用呼吸之气。
Call it posted on the top of the mountain. The venerable man immediately took the post, took out the Tianmen, went to the top of the 5 Elements mountain, and stuck it tightly to a square stone, and the mountain took root and cracked. You can use the breath.
手儿爬出，可以摇正摇正。阿傩回报道：“已将帖子贴了。”如来即辞了玉帝众神，与2尊者出天门之外，又发一个慈悲心，念动真言咒语。
Climb out your hands and shake them. Anuwa reported back, "The post has been posted." Tathagata then said goodbye to the Jade Emperor and the gods, and went out of the gate of heaven with the 2 sages. I also had a compassionate heart and recited the mantra.
将五行山召一尊土地神之，会同5方揭谛，居住此山间压。但他饥时，与他铁丸子吃可食，与他融化的铜之饮。待他灾迁满日。
Summon an earth god from the 5 Elements mountain to join the 5 parties to unify the land and live in this mountain for custody. But when he was hungry, he ate his iron balls. When he was thirsty, he drank his molten copper juice. When he is full of calamities,
自有人救他正事，妖猴大胆反天宫，却被如来俯首降。可引容同挨岁月，饥餐铁坛度时光。天灾苦困遭磨者，人世凄凉喜命长。
someone rescued him exactly. The demon monkey boldly rebelled against the heavenly palace, but was defeated by the Tathagata. When you are thirsty, you can drink molten copper to pass the time. When you are hungry, you can eat the elastic iron to pass the time. Natural disasters lead to hardships and hardships. Human affairs are desolate and happiness is long.
若得英雄重展，正他年，奉佛上西方。又诗曰：浮逞豪强大势兴，降龙伏虎弄乖能。偷桃偷酒游天府，受禄承恩在玉京。恶贯满盈身受困。
If you are a hero, you will be able to serve as a Buddha and go to the West. Another poem says, Fu shows off his power and power, subdues the dragon and subdues the tiger, and makes him behave well. He stole peaches and drank wine to travel around Tianfu, and received his favor in Yujing. The whole body is filled with evil and trapped.
善根不绝气还生，果然托得如来手。且待唐朝出圣僧，毕竟不知向后何年何月方满载殃，且听下回分解。第8回。
As expected, the roots of good deeds continued to rise and escaped from the hands of the Tathagata. Waiting for the emergence of a holy monk in the Tang dynasty. After all, I don't know how many years or months it will take before the disasters will come. Let's listen to the explanation in the next chapter. Chapter 8.
"我佛造经传极乐，观音奉旨上长安试问禅观。参求无数，往往到头虚老。磨砖作镜，积雪未凉，迷了几多年少。毛吞大海，借那须弥。"
I, the Buddha, composed the sutras and preached the bliss. Avalokitesvara went to Chang'an on an edict to inquire about Zen passages. He consulted numerous Buddhist scriptures, but often ended up feeling old and feeble. Grinding bricks to make mirrors, accumulating snow to make food, I have been obsessed with it for many years. Hare swallows the sea, mustard swallows shumi.
金色头陀微笑务实，超十地三圣，凝滞了四生六道。谁听得绝响崖前，无阴树下，杜宇一声春晓。曹溪路险，旧岭云深。
The golden tutu smiled and realized that it exceeded 10 times and 3 times, and stagnated the 4 lives and 6 paths. Who can hear Duyu's spring dawn in front of Juexiang Cliff, under the shadeless tree? The road to Caoshi is dangerous and the clouds are deep in Jiuling Mountain.
"此处故人因咬千丈冰崖，午夜连开，古殿连垂香鸟。那时节，石破源流，变现龙王三宝。" 这一篇词名苏武曼。
Here the old friend's voice is lost on the 1,000-foot ice cliff, the 5-leaf lotus blooms, and the fragrance hangs from the curtains of the ancient palace. At that time, after seeing through the source, one can see the 3 treasures of the Dragon King. This poem is called Su Wuman.
画表我佛如来辞别了玉帝，回至雷音宝刹，但见那3000诸佛、500阿罗、8大金刚、无边菩萨，一个个都执着撞翻宝盖，一宝鲜花。
The words indicate that I, Buddha Tathagata, bid farewell to the Jade Emperor and returned to the Thunder Sound Pagoda. But seeing the 3,000 Buddhas, the 500 Eris, the 8 great Vajras, and the infinite Bodhisattva, all of them were clinging to banners, flags, precious canopies, and rare precious fairy flowers.
百列在灵山仙境梭罗双林之下，接迎如来驾住祥云，对众道：“我以甚深般若，遍观三界，根本性缘，毕竟寂灭，同虚空相，亦无所有。”
They were arranged under the twin forests of Sala in the fairyland of Lingshan to welcome the Tathagata, who was riding on the auspicious clouds, and said to everyone, "With my profound prajna, I can see all over the 3 realms. The fundamental principle will eventually cease. Same as void, nothing."
天福观侯世事末时，名生死始，法相如是。说罢，放舍利之光，满空有白红42道，南北通连。大众现了，归身礼拜。少请见。
Killing a good monkey is a matter of ignorance. It is called the beginning of life and death. And the appearance of the law is like this. After saying that, the light of the relic was released, and 42 white rainbows filled the sky, connecting the north and the south. When everyone saw it, they took refuge and worshipped. In a short while,
“具庆云彩雾登上品莲台，端然坐下。那3000诸佛、500罗汉、8金刚、4菩萨合掌近前礼毕，问曰：‘闹天宫搅乱蟠桃者，何也？’
During the celebration, Yun Saiwu climbed onto the lotus platform and sat down solemnly. The 3,000 Buddhas, the 500 Arhats, the 8 Vajras, and the 4 Bodhisattvas put their palms together and came forward to bow, and asked, "Who is causing trouble in the heavenly palace and disturbing the flat peaches?"
如来道：“那厮乃花果山产的一妖猴，罪恶滔天，不可名状。盖天神将，俱莫能降服。虽二郎捉获，老君用火锻炼，亦莫能伤损。”
The Tathagata is a monster monkey born in Huagua Mountain, and his sins are unspeakable. None of the gods and generals in heaven can subdue them. Even though Erlang captured them and Lao Jun trained them with fire, they could not be harmed.
我去时，正在雷江中间扬威耀武，卖弄精神，被我止住兵戈，问他来历。他言有神通，会变化。 又驾筋斗云，一去108000里。
When I arrived, I was showing off my power and spirit among the thunderous generals. I stopped the fight and asked him where he was. He said that he had supernatural powers and could change things, and he could fly somersaults on clouds and travel thousands of miles.
我与他打了个赌赛，他初步的我手，却将他一把抓住，只画五行山，风压他在那里。玉帝大开金阙瑶宫，请我做了首席，立安天大会。
I made a bet with him that he couldn't get out of my hands, but I grabbed him, pointed at the Five Elements Mountain, and sealed him there. The Jade Emperor opened the Jinkeo Palace, invited me to sit in the chief position, and established the Antian Conference.
"谢我却方辞驾而回，大众听言喜悦，几口称扬。谢罢，各分班而退，各执乃是，共乐天真。果然是瑞霭漫天竺，红光拥世尊。"
He thanked me and then said goodbye and went back. The crowd was delighted and praised him highly. After thanking each other, everyone retired in separate groups, each focusing on his or her own affairs, enjoying the innocents together. Sure enough, it is true, Rui mist fills Tianzhu, and rainbow light embraces the world-honored one.
"西方称第一无相法王门，常见玄元献果，麋鹿衔花，青鸾舞，彩凤鸣灵龟捧寿，仙鹤禽之。安享净土之源，受用龙宫法界。日日。"
In the West, it is called the first formless Dharma King Gate. It is common to see black apes offering fruits, elk carrying flowers, green Luanans dancing, colorful phoenixes mingling, turtles holding longevity, and cranes carrying sesame seeds. Enjoy the pure land of Gion and enjoy the Dharma realm of Dragon Palace. Every day.
"花开时时果熟，习静归真，参禅果正，不灭不生，不增不减。烟霞缥缈随来往，寒暑无亲不纪念。是曰。"
The flowers are blooming and the fruits are ripe. Practice tranquility and return to your true nature, and the fruit of practicing Zen is righteous. It is neither destroyed nor born, neither increased nor decreased. The haze is misty and misty as you come and go, and the cold and heat never invade and keep track of the year. The poem says,
"去来自在任悠游，也无恐怖也无愁。极乐场中俱坦荡，大千之处莫春秋。佛祖居于灵山大雷音宝沙之间。一日。"
There is no fear or worry when traveling to and from home. Everything in the paradise is magnanimous, and there is no spring and autumn in the vast world. The Buddha lives in the great Thunder Sound Pagoda on Lingshan Mountain. One day,
唤具诸佛阿罗、揭谛、菩萨、金刚、比丘僧尼等众曰：自福乖元安天之后，我处不知年月，料凡间有半千年矣。今值孟秋望日。
He called together all the Buddhas Aluo, Jia Chang, Bodhisattvas, Vajras, monks, nuns, etc., and said, I don't know the year since Fu Guai ape settled down in the sky, but I estimate that it has lasted 1,000 years in the mortal world. Today is the day when Meng Qiu looks up to the sun.
我有一宝盆，盆中具设百样奇花，千般异果等物，与汝等享此盂兰盆会如何？盖众一个个合掌，礼佛三匝领会。
I have a treasure basin filled with hundreds of exotic flowers, exotic fruits, and other objects. How about enjoying this bonbon party with you? Everyone put their palms together and bowed to the Buddha 3 times to understand.
如来却将宝盆中花果品物着，阿耨捧定，着家业不散。大众感激，各献施深谢。福施曰：福星光耀世尊前，福那弥深远更绵。
The Tathagata held the flowers and fruits in the treasure basin with Anuwa, and scattered them with Kasyapa. Everyone was grateful and each wrote a poem to express his gratitude. The blessing poem says, the blessing star shines in front of the world-honored one, and the blessing is far-reaching and continuous.
福德无疆同地久福源，有庆与天连。福田广众年年盛，福海宏深岁岁间。福满乾坤多福音，福增无量永周全。陆师曰：陆众如山彩凤鸣。
Good fortune has no boundaries and is in the same place for a long time. The fate is blessed and connected with heaven. The fields of good fortune are prosperous year by year, and the sea of blessings is prosperous year by year. The universe is full of blessings, and the blessings increase immeasurably and are always comprehensive. Lu's poem says, Lu is as heavy as the colorful phoenixes on the mountain.
陆随时太柱长庚，陆天万湖深康健，陆享千中是太平。陆凤旗天玄永固，陆明四海更澄清。陆恩远既多瞻仰，陆绝无边万国荣。受诗曰：
At any time, I wish Chang'an a good fortune and good health, and may he enjoy peace for thousands of years. The salary and salary are as high as the sky, and they are eternal, and the salary and fame are as clear as the sea. Wen is admired by many people from far away, Lujue is boundless and the glory of all nations is endless. Shou's poem says,